位长官及贵宾，大家早安！欢迎参加由桃园国际机场公司主办的2025桃园机场论坛。我是今天大会的主持人吴婉云。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 Taoyuan Airport Forum, organized by Taoyuan International Airport Corporation. My name is Kathy Wu, your MC for today's event. 提醒各位贵宾，现场备有线上即时翻译的服务，请扫描识别证上的 QR code 来选择您所需要的语言，即可在手机上即时查看文字翻译。也请协助将您的手机调整为静音模式，一同维护活动的品质。感谢您的配合。Please be reminded that real-time translation is available. You may scan the QR code on your badge, select your preferred language, and view live captions on your phone. Kindly keep your phones on silent mode to ensure the smooth progress of the event. 在论坛正式开始之前，让我们先欣赏一段开场影片，带领我们从桃园机场出发，看见机场如何成为连结世界的重要枢纽。Before we start, please join us in watching our opening video, showcasing how Taoyuan International Airport connects Taiwan to the world. 请播放。影片精彩地展现了桃园机场迈向国际与永续发展的愿景。The video beautifully highlights Taoyuan Airport's vision for global engagement and sustainable growth. 那么接下来，让我们恭请桃园国际机场公司董事长杨维甫先生为本次论坛致开幕词。Now, please join me in welcoming Mr. Wei Fu Yang, Chairman of Taoyuan International Airport Corporation, to deliver the opening remarks. Please give him a round of applause. 掌声欢迎杨董事长。
Administrative Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Transportation and Communication, Mr. Lin Guoxian, distinguished airport representative, ACI delegates, and esteemed experts from the global aviation industry. Good morning. It's my great honor to welcome you to the 2025 Taoyuan Airport Forum. On behalf of the Taoyuan International Airport Communication Corporation, I extend my warmest greeting and sincere appreciation to our distinguished guests from Taiwan around the world. This year's theme, revitalizing the airport economy, focused on two key pillars: enhancing passenger experience and strengthening air network connectivity. Through the exchange of the ideas and the best practice with the global experts, we aim to inspire innovation and promote sustainable growth across the aviation industry. As Taiwan's gateway to the world, Taoyuan Airport continues to advance major projects, including Terminal 3 and the Runway 3, while embracing smart airport and the Net Zero initiative. The North Concourse of Terminal 3 opening by the end of this year will mark a major milestone toward a greener, more efficient, and passenger-friendly airport. Finally, I wish to express my heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Transportation and Communication, the Civil Aeronautics Administration, and all our partners of their continued support. Thank you all for joining us today. I wish the 2025 Taoyuan Airport Forum great success and everyone as inspiring and rewarding day. Thank you.
谢谢杨董事长的致辞，请先回座，谢谢您。Thank you, Chairman Yang, for the inspiring remarks. Thank you. 那么接下来，让我们恭请交通部林国贤常务次长上台致辞。Next, please welcome Mr. Guo Xianlin, the Administrative Deputy Minister, Ministry of Transportation and Communications, to give us some remarks. Welcome， 掌声欢迎常务次长。
It's a great pleasure and honor to be here. And on behalf of the Ministry of Transportation and Communication, I would like to express our warmest welcome and heartfelt sincere thanks to all of the colleagues and friends from both of Taiwan and inside of Taiwan. Please allow me in speaking Mandarin because my English is not as well as Mandarin. Probably colleagues from outside of Taiwan can use your cell phone and understand what I'm saying. 谢谢陶机公司举办这样的活动哦，非常高兴。每一年这个时候都是非常期待，而且非常期待见到老朋友哦。那好多老朋友一年见不到一次啊，非常高兴。这一次的活动举办的主题是重振机场经济。我想所有的朋友都应该非常清楚的了解我们在疫情期间经历过的议程。那在那3年期间，我在桃机，我自己就发觉我们非常依赖外界的资讯。如果各位有印象的话，应该记得那时候 IATA 跟 ACI 有估计，也预测我们应该会在2025年回到疫情前的水准。那台湾机场的恢复能力也跟IATA的预测、跟 ACI 的预测一样啊。刚刚陶机的影片有介绍到，我们今年可能可以恢复到4750万人。我们2019年的时候是4869万人，还没有完全恢复啊，但是非常接近了，大概95、96%。通常我们会说已经恢复了，可是以机场的经营者来讲，我们可能要回头看看这样的量跟原来的值可能不是一样的哦。很多人说疫后大家开始重视很多不同的课题。以往联航的产生是以旅游为主，现在可能很多肩负着商业活动。另外呢，旅客的组成也都不一样，跟原来不一样。譬如说，我们飞美国已经远超过疫情前的水准，我们飞日本、韩国1个礼拜超过800班。那也因为这样的连结，使得我们的转机量从北美过来的非常非常多，转到东南亚跟东北亚。刚刚影片里面有介绍，转机量北美占了40%， 我相信航空公司的代表都知道，大概有60-70% 你们的航班里面的旅客是转机客，要到东南亚或东北亚去的。那因应这样的航网的趋势，我们也非常主动的来推动一站式保安的工作啊。那桃机的杨董，还有我们民航局何局长，还有航警局的赵局长跟前任的局长。我们在前年，应该是去年、前年啊，都到美国跟加拿大，去推动一站式保安。主要的目的就是希望北美进来的旅客能在桃机享受更多的好的环境，而不用花时间都在安检上面。那第二个呢，我们回过头来看看这样的旅客组成，我们应该给他们什么样的服务？所以今天也非常谢谢好多免税店的代表。江先生啊，古小姐，还有好多，甚至呢，我们寰宇贵宾的宋先生，还有张连先生，好几位都会在我们今天的论坛里面跟各位分享，因应这样的环境跟航网的变化，我们应该提供什么样的服务？这是往内看的部分啊。那往外看的部分呢，因应区域环境跟这个关税活动的变化。我相信各位应该非常了解，货物跟旅客的组成也会跟着改变，而不是原来的4869万的组成。所以对机场的经营者来讲，我们非常需要知道 ACI， 我们需要IATA， 甚至 ICAO， 甚至我们需要知道像泰国的 NANA，OK， 或者是日本的很多像成田机场，好多机场的代表。能够来跟我们分享他们对这个议题的看法，非常高兴有这样的机会跟各位共聚一堂。那我希望今天的活动能够除了我们已知的一些领域跟经验以外，能够分享，也跟各位讨论未来的发展，跟我们应该怎么样面对短期跟长期的课题。谢谢各位的参加，很高兴看到好多老朋友，可能不见得有机会跟各位打招呼。在这里跟各位致意，也致谢。那我也认为，我们在疫情期间跟机场大联盟的伙伴一起共度难关，是一个非常美好的经验。我相信很多国家也从这一次的经验里面学习到，我们的机场经营不是只有航空业的活动，也不是只有机场本身，我们还有很多 support 的人帮助我们，让我们的机场更美好。我们里面好多的荣耀。都是靠他们，靠我们一起来努力打造，所以非常感谢，也谢谢大家祝福各位健康愉快，谢谢。
感谢常务次长的致辞，请次长留步在台上。非常感谢两位长官的勉励还有支持。那么接下来我们要邀请以下的贵宾来上台参与合影。Thank you to both our distinguished leaders for your encouraging remarks and support. Now we invite the following honorable guests to join us for a group photo. Please proceed to the stage when your name is called. 欢迎桃园机场公司董事长杨伟甫先生。Welcome Mr. Wei Fu Yang, Chairman of Taoyuan International Airport Corporation. ACIAP and ME 总监 Stefano Blanchi. Welcome Mr. Stefano Blanchi.Director General of ACI, Asia Pacific and Middle East to the stage. 泰国机场公司代理总经理 Polina Zatliakitipon, Ms. Polina Zatliakitipon, Acting President of Airports of Thailand. Welcome. 欢迎民航局何淑平局长 Ms. 淑平和 Director General of the Civil Aviation Administration. OAG 亚洲首席总监 Mayur Patel.Welcome Mr. Mayur Patel, Head of Asia at OAG. 欢迎交通部韩正华司长 Mr. 郑华韩 Director General Ministry of Transportation and Communications. 三菱地所集团空港事业部长西村等 Mr. Hitoshi Nishimura-san, Airport Business Development General Manager, Mitsubishi Estate Co. Limited. 桃园机场公司范孝伦总经理Mr. 孝伦范 President and CEO of Taoyuan International Airport Corporation. ACI 亚太及中东区资深经理 Philip Kwok, Mr. Philip Kwok, Senior Manager Economics, ACI Asia Pacific and Middle East. Welcome. 环亚贵宾室集团 Jonathan Song 商务总监 ，Mr. Jonathan Song, Chief Commercial Officer of Plaza Premium Group。欢迎桃园机场公司于崇立副总经理 ，Mr. 崇立于 Senior Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of TIAC。以及 IATA 亚洲区咨询总监张连先生 ，and Mr. 连章 Senior Principal and Regional Head of Consulting IATA。Welcome。好，请台上的贵宾看向前方的摄影镜头，露出您灿烂的笑容。All right, please look at the camera in the front and give us your best smiles. 3, 2, 1. One more. All right, give us a thumbs up. Okay, one more. (都捕捉到画面吗？ All right, beautiful. Thank you to our distinguished guests on stage. Please kindly return to your seats. 非常感谢台上的嘉宾，请先回座，谢谢您。在正式进入今天精彩的主题演讲前，我也代表本届的桃园机场论坛，感谢在场的许多贵宾共襄盛举，尤其是姐妹机场好朋友日本高松机场社长 Mr. Yoshiki Obada、关西机场 Junko Kishino、成田机场 Sumitaka Ishikawa， 还有美国底特律机场营运长 Jun Lee。Before we begin today's exciting keynote sessions, on behalf of the 2025 Taoyuan Airport Forum, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all the honored guests joining us here today, especially our sister airport representatives, Mr. Yoshiki Obada, President of Takamatsu Airport, Ms. Junko Kishino from Kansai Airport, Mr. Sumitaka Ishikawa from Narita International Airport, and Mr. Jun Lee, Chief Operating Officer of WCAA. Thank you all for being here and for your continued friendship and support. 那么接下来就正式进入我们今天的主题演讲。And now we will officially begin our keynote speech. 让我们欢迎国际机场协会亚太暨中东区总监 Stefano Bolanci 先生为我们分享产业现况与发展趋势。Now please join me in welcoming Mr. Stefano Bolanci, Director General of Airports Council International, Asia and Pacific and Middle East, to deliver his presentation on State of Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. 掌声欢迎。
Good morning, everybody. Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Transportation, Kuo Hian Lin, Chairman of Taoyuan International Airport, Wei Fu Yang, delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Aviation in Asia Pacific is back. Traffic is back on track, as we heard from the Deputy Minister, and the future looks bright. The data are in this respect unequivocal, with Asia Pacific driving global demand. In 2025, air travel is set to exceed 2019 and 2024 data. Global passenger traffic reached 4.6 billion passengers in the first half of 2025, putting the industry on track for the 9.8 billion full year at global level. If you look at our region, Asia Pacific, this leads with 1.7 billion passenger year to date, followed by Europe 1.2, and North America with approximately 1 billion passengers, highlighting the shift in growth momentum toward emerging markets. Now, according to ACI World figures, this growth trend is expected to continue in the next 30 years, we know it. And we also know that nearly 40% of growth comes from top 5 countries in the Asia-Pacific region, including China, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand. So as the world's aviation center of gravity moves towards our region, it is certain that the growth trajectory requires transformational changes to be shaped through the dialogue between states and the aviation industry. The 42nd ICAO Assembly in Montreal recently resulted in major advancements on important priorities for global aviation, reaffirming airports' role as engines of sustainable growth for the future. And ACI encouraged states, including to rethink connectivity in transformational changes, recognizing the leading role that airports play in Asia and the immense growth that is expected in this region. With air travel demand accelerating, particularly across Asia Pacific, there is a compelling case for building new infrastructure, and Taiwan makes no exception, and for increasing airport capacity to accommodate the future demand. Airports are long-term investment and capital-intensive businesses and cannot afford a wait-and-see approach. Our analysis shows that they are engaged in an unprecedented race, that they are to modernize the infrastructure and improve the passenger experience. Drawing on data from a sample of 30 capital airports, accounting for about 30% of the total traffic in the region and 50% of the cargo traffic in the same region. The findings are unequivocal. Including both brownfield and greenfield airports, approximately 240 billion capex is projected to be invested, adding 1.1 billion passenger capacity and 70 million tons of cargo capacity. By the time, in only 10 years, airports will be expected across the region overall to handle 6 billion passengers, 70 million tons of cargo capacity, and 42 million movements both in the sky and on the ground, so big numbers. But of course, building new infrastructure requires time and requires money. Passengers today, as explained by the Deputy Minister, expect not only a safe service, but also an increasingly sophisticated customer experience, which in Asia continues to be above the world average according to the latest ACI world data for Q3 2025. At the same time, regulators also rely on aviation for boosting the economy and the social wealth of their communities. And in this context, optimizing the use of existing capacity to boost connectivity has become an absolute must. At the heart of access lies airport slot allocation, the process by which airport capacity is distributed among airlines at capacity-constrained airports. In 2015, around 170 airports worldwide requires full slot coordination, level 3. By the Northern Summer 2019 season, the number had risen to about 200. And by the Northern Summer 2025 season, it reached 215 airports, accounting for more than 40% of the global traffic. Today, Asia Pacific is only behind Europe as the second most congested region, and the majority of the super congested airports are located in this region, especially in China. Now, technological and regulatory and market-driven achievements such as the use of increasingly efficient jet aircraft, the regulation and the low-cost carriers advance impose the fast modernization of the sector from a regulatory perspective. Slot allocation, however, remained an exception and continues to operate on a pre-liberalized framework even today. So since its inception in 1974, where the IATA slot guidelines were established, several tweaks have been made to the slot system, mostly in response to regulatory pressure. These adjustments have helped address specific concerns, but have not altered the fundamental design, which today is formalized by the Worldwide Airport Slot Guidelines, WASG, for the subject matter experts, which serve as the primary global reference for slot allocation. What I'm trying to say is that the DNA of the original design of the global slot system continues to be determined to determine the way airport capacity is managed and distributed today. Along the same line, the 42nd ICAO Assembly, I quote, encourage relevant stakeholders to continue engaging in strategic discussion on the modernization of the airport slot practices, while taking into consideration local infrastructure realities. Now, why airlines aim to respond to passenger demand, rightly so, the existence of slot constraints at an airport means that not all the demand can be accommodated, or at least not at each airline's preferred time. The unmatched demand, however, I stress this, should not only be considered in terms of airlines' demand, but also as a societal demand, meaning as the expectation of the country to leverage to the maximum extent possible the value generation that aviation can bring to the people and to the economy. For this reason, slot policy is fundamentally a strategic tool, not only an operational one, that shapes how the long-term economic benefits of aviation are distributed. To understand how the legacy logic continues to shape the WASP framework, this Worldwide Airport Slot Guidelines framework, I will focus only on one of its fundamental principles, certainty, which is still interpreted largely through an incumbent airline's lens. Certainty is delivered through historic precedents, where incumbents are granted the same series of slots season after season if they comply with the slot usage requirements, which currently mandate the use of at least 80% of allocated slot to retain them for the next scheduling period. This rule, which is commonly known as 80-20, allows carriers to cancel up to 20% of flights with no consequences for themselves, but with very real consequences for other airlines, airports, and the communities they serve. Airlines emphasize they often operate well above that threshold, but the rule still ensures that incumbents can secure historic slots after a relatively short period of operation, meaning historic slots can be earned after as little as 5 weeks of scheduled operation. With the 80-20 rule, this means that flights only need to operate for 4 of these weeks to qualify. While historical continuity provides stability, it is also built on an outdated assumption, ladies and gentlemen, that the incumbent operator always remains best placed to serve demand. In reality, this limits the system's capacity to adapt to when markets, business models, or public policy priorities evolve. Stability must remain, I want to stress that, but not as an entitlement. A modern slot policy should retain what has proven valuable in existing framework while redefining the principles to reflect the broader societal and economic objectives. The goal is not to abandon the structure that has enabled coordination, but to ensure that its guiding principle produce outcomes that are efficient, fair, and aligned with the public interest. Now, modernizing the slot allocation system implies reassessing the preeminence of historical precedents, understood as quasi-permanent privilege that ultimately limits slot turnover and contestability. Retention of slots should reflect alignment with local access priorities and evidence of efficiency and responsible use. Measuring utilization is necessary, but it's too narrow a measure of efficiency. Public value, meant as the economic and social benefits that air services bring to communities in terms of connectivity and regional development, also needs to be taken into account. ACI believes that historic precedents should be redefined as conditional. Focus on mechanisms that maintain reliability for established operators while allowing periodic opportunities to adjust access in line with evolving demand and efficiency and policy objectives. These mechanisms should be, again, transparent, objective, and guided by a clear governance to reflect both operational realities and broader public interest goals. Such an approach could include linking slot retention not only to utilization, but also to indicators of efficient and responsible use. The criteria used to determine these indicators should be transparent and established at the local level to reflect specific capacity conditions, connectivity priorities, and policy objectives. Introducing also structured review periods based on local circumstances to evaluate whether current holdings continue to meet connectivity, competition, efficiency, and public interest objectives, allowing limited reallocation within those reviews to reflect changing demand patterns or strategic priorities while protecting continuity for essential or long-standing services. And finally, encouraging genuine new entry by reviewing both existing holdings and new capacity, ensuring that contestability becomes a functioning feature of the slot allocation system. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, for airport slot policy, to evolve, the aviation community must first acknowledge that a framework designed for a different era can no longer meet the demands of today's industry. A system that has remained largely unchanged for decades cannot continue to function as though market dynamics, technology, and public expectation have stood still. Recognizing this reality is not an act of concession, but one of collective responsibility. Only by acknowledging the need for modernization can the industry move the discussion, including, of course, all the relevant stakeholders, coordinator, airport operators, airlines, and the public authority. The need for modernization, the industry move the discussion beyond operational convenience and toward identifying a model of access that is equitable, efficient, and again, aligned with the public interest. If we adapt and embrace change, we will fly high. But if we resist it, we remain grounded. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Stefano Blanchi, for your wonderful presentation. Please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，我们接下来进行30分钟的休息时间。Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 30-minute break. 那同时，我们在舞台的荧幕上也将播放桃园机场第3航厦建设缩时的影片。桃园机场第3航厦是我国目前最大的机场建设计划，融合科技与永续设计，象征台湾迎向世界的新门户。欢迎大家在休息时间一同来欣赏。At the same time, please note that the stage screen will be showing a time-lapse video of Taoyuan Airport Terminal 3 construction, Taiwan's largest airport project blending technology and sustainability to symbolize the nation's new gateway to the world. Please feel free to enjoy the video during the break. Thank you. 好，那么同时呢，在我们的后方也有精致茶点，也欢迎大家呢可以移步享用。 欢迎各位贵宾回到我们第二场专题演讲的现场。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our forum. 提醒各位贵宾，现场备有线上即时翻译工具，请扫描识别证上的 QR code， 选择您所需要的语言，即可在手机上看到即时文字翻译。也请协助将您的手机调为静音模式。Please note that real-time translation is available. Simply scan the QR code on your badge to select your preferred language, and kindly keep your phones on silent. 那么接下来就让我们欢迎泰国机场公司代理总经理 Purina Zatliyakitipong 女士，为我们分享泰国机场整件与世界级旅客的体验。Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Purina Zatliyakitipong, Acting President of Airports of Thailand, to deliver her keynote speech titled "Deliver a World-Class Travel Experience with Airport Renovation." Welcome.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'm very, first of all, I have to say thank you for Taoyuan Airport to Mr. Yang and for all of you to inviting Airport of Thailand, and I'm represent Airport of Thailand to be here. So today, I'm very excited to share our vision of delivering a truly world-class experience, travel experience through our airport renovation project. A part of Airport of Thailand, ongoing committing on excellence. As everyone knows, we operate 6 airports around Thailand. So our biggest airport is BKK, is Suvarnabhumi Airport, located in Bangkok, and the second one also located in Bangkok is Don Mueang Airport. So the third one, our third largest is Phuket. This is traveling destination, followed by Chiang Mai Airport and Mae Fah Luang Chiang Rai and Hat Yai, which is we have totally last year about 26 million passengers last year for all 6 airports. So like BKK, we have got about 62 million passengers last year. For Don Mueang, we got 30 million passengers. Chiang Mai, 9 million. Phuket, 17 million. For, you can see, we totally flight is about like 788,000 flights per year. So this means we manage so many passengers and flight. And total cargo is still small, but compared to our facility, available facility is very congestion. So it's about like 1.7 million tons last year. So as part of Airport of Thailand, coming through the last year, the whole season, we have got passenger through the year. Like I think, like in Taoyuan airports, like we have got so many passengers during winter skate, which starts from October, they end in March. So last year we have got a little bit, I don't know, like trust in safety from outside the country. Our high passenger from China decreased very much. So it reflects the number of passengers in April and May. But at the end of the year, so we do fiscal year, so we finish the year on September. At the end of the year, we are make it up back to as our forecast. So we end up with 126 million last year. As a part of Airport of Thailand, going to commit to excellence, we are investing in modernizing on facility to meeting international standard and enhance passenger comfort. In renovation, it's not just about upgrading. Infrastructure is about reimagining the journey for every traveler from the moment passengers step into the terminal to the time they brought their flight back to their home country. We aim to create seamless, excellent, and enjoy experience through the innovation design, advanced technology, and improved passenger flow. We are building on airport environment and reflect Thailand warm hospitality and global ambition. So our core vision, on our core vision, we focusing on passenger-centric approach. Let's take a closer look at our core vision to inspire a truly memorable airport experience for every passenger. So we focus on 4 key elements: efficiency, comfort, renovation, and hospitality. First, efficiency. We aim to streamline every process, like passenger arriving at the airport. We have a recongestion at our curbside in front of the main terminal. And we want to have a seamless from check-in to boarding, minimizing waiting time, and ensuring the smooth, frictionless experience. Secondly, comfort. We are dedicated to creating a clean, modern, and relaxing environment, offering world-class facilities that allow travelers to enjoy every moment of their journey. Then we do renovation by redesign and enhancing the terminal. Because our terminal has been built like 19 years ago, it's very aging. And it's very difficult to renovate the terminal in the same time with operating, because we got so many passengers. So if we close just one Concorde, we're going to have so much trouble with our operation. So we want more space, but we want to improve the passenger flow. In the same time, we also want a better arrival airport experience, but we can do it just little by little and time by time. So I am going to show you in the next slide. But at the end, we end up with thinking about like what is Thai people is. So we are one of the most warm hospitality country of the world. That's what we think. So this is the heart of that what make Thai airport unique. That's what we think. So our warm smile and attentive service, we ensure that every traveler feel truly welcome and leave with a lasting positive impression of Thailand. Together, those 4 elements define our vision to deliver not just a journey, but we want the traveler have a memorable experience that reflects the best of Thailand. So this is a part of improving efficiency. One of the major challenge we currently face in congestion, the inside of the terminal. So we don't talking about the outside of the curbside anymore, because we still couldn't find how we can fix it. But we keep doing it. So maybe next year I can come here and show you how we fix the congestion outside of the curb of the terminal. So you can see the picture on the left. The increasing of the number of passengers every year often leads a long queue, especially during the peak hour. It's not only affect passenger satisfaction, but also create unnecessary stress and delay in traveling process. To solve this issue, we are redesigning. This is just finished like two days ago, and we are going to do it from next month, redesigning the layout of security lane, which is we have to trade off this area before. Right now is a convenience store. So we have to think about how maybe we can to cut off our revenue but we want some passenger having more services like seamless. That's why we're going to move convenience store at Lawson out of the area, and we're going to do the security lane, which is showing the image on the right. Our plan includes adding more security checkpoint, so we put more return tray checking, X-ray to help distributor, passenger, and flow and more efficiency with reduced waiting time. Now I think we also investing in real-time passenger flow analytic. Maybe everyone already use it, like we call it smart flow, to check in, like tracking the passenger from step that they step into the terminal and wherever they go. So we know like the heat map and the content of the passenger of each area that the operation can come, and maybe they can help passenger doing something even in the toilet, because some area we have so many people using toilet that area and some people they don't. Right now we are using like just one cleaner of each toilet, but sometimes it's not enough. So we do the passenger flow, the smart flow to tracking the passenger, and then we can do operate a better operation. This is the how it's going to look next year. Also, like everyone does, so we also investing in services and technology excellence to improve our efficiency. The part of our commitment to improve efficiency, technology played the crucial role in transforming the passenger journey. So we starting with CAS and CAPD. Passenger can use self-service kiosks. They can do their own self-check-in. But Thailand, we have got a little bit problem because we're not a country that our passport can go anywhere with our visa. Now we have got a free visa just for about like 46 countries. So the kiosk can serve just only the passenger who can traveling without visa. So the number of passengers that they use CAP right now is just about 30% or compared to the whole passenger. Even we set up many kiosks, but it's still people still have to wait in a long queue to do the conventional check-in counter. And also we do the biometric identification system. Now we started doing it like a year ago. We mandate to everyone to use it from last December. I think we're doing it great. We're still facing some problem like having a little bit problem with the data connecting with another like policeman, the police department. Or sometimes we have a little bit problem with the PDPA law that we cannot like save the information of the passenger. I think we're going to try to make the passenger consent. Like sometimes the passenger really want to consent themselves, their ID and also the information that they can just like show their face and record their face just for one time and use for 1 or 2 years. So we need to go to that next step to make it faster. And also the PVS, like passenger validation system. Like in Thailand, we have a little bit misunderstood with civil aviation authorization like CAT, CAT. So we kind of, sometimes the regulation is not very updated. So when we got some technology into our terminal, but the law, like the paper, is still saying like we have to need someone to stand there and checking the passport compared to the boarding pass. So now we do is very hard to change all that regulation, and then we success it. That's why when we put the passenger validation system right now at the terminal, it makes the flow faster. And also we do the self-boarding gate. So it's complete the seamless experience for allowing passenger to board the aircraft using just facial recognition without showing their boarding passport. But we still, like the first thing that I said, we need them to record themselves in our information base. So I think but I'm going to say that all of our technology and machine, they are already set up. But we still have a little bit to do with regulation. So then I think it's going to make Thailand, like Airport of Thailand, BKK, getting smoother and seamless of the technology that we already use. So even if we couldn't use it, the full technology that we already set it up, but the passenger flow improved a lot. Before the long queue before we getting through the custom, from 30 or 40 minutes, it's become like 2 minutes. I think we did it. We success is very good, but I think we fast, but we not seamless right now. So we want to make it seamless in the future. Like even when the check-in, you just like going to show your face, and the machine going to telling that where are you going to going, and then they print out your boarding pass, and then you get it through the PVS, go through the custom lane, and then you can the passenger can enjoy themselves in the airport, which we are going to prepare the facility for the passenger. And then when the boarding time, so they can just show your face and just go through the boarding gate. Before we was thinking just too much about like how fast we want them to be, but we forgot about there are so many people who also want the same facility, like the handicap and also the family trip. From now, we're going to improve that too. Also, now we already make the designing, renovating all of our waiting area. This is from Satellite 1, which is already open 2 years ago. It's developed a lot from our main terminal. We have the charging station, which everyone has, but we didn't have it before. We have a working space. We have a piano lounge. Also, we all have some kid area. In Don Mueang Airport, Don Mueang Airport is very close to the city. And then we found out that there are so many people who just come to Thailand through Don Mueang Airport just for working. And also, Don Mueang Airport is the hub, we can say it's a hub in Thailand of changing aircraft to another destination in Thailand, like local airport. So there are so many people who want to work in the airport. So we put a meeting pot there, and they love it. Also restroom. I think when we go to the airport, everyone use the restroom. So not just only one, maybe twice, maybe 3 times before they flying. So restroom is one of our problem all the time in Thailand. So before we got the problem, it's not aging, so we should take 10 years to replace or change or renovate the restroom. But now we change our mind. We're going to do it every 4 years, something like that. So it's make restroom becoming clean all the time, and also make it update. Maybe restroom going to be one of our beautiful place in the terminal in the future. This is our new restroom. So we're going to renovate all of our restroom of 6 airports next year. Also, this is not a problem in Thailand. because Thai people, we have a law that you cannot smoke in the building. So airport terminal is a building, you know. It's not accepted, you know. We try to talk to the Ministry of Public Health like 7 years, like 7 years already. Like they are the people who are smoking in the airport, and we cannot tell them not to smoke because they are going to smoke in the restroom for sure. So that's why now we got it. They got it, and we succeed to have the smoking room in our terminal. So it starts from Suvarnabhumi Airport. So we're going to have smoking area. Maybe from another airport, it's just like, in our terminal, it's our airport, every airport, but in Thailand, it's our first time. So we're very happy about that. And also we have so many tourists around the world, and most of them like came like grouped. And then sometimes they come to airport early, like 4 or 5 hours before departure. So we don't have space for them. So we make decision to make the specific area for the group tour. Because sometimes the group tour coming with like staff and they want to repack. And sometimes they bought something in the city and they send it to the airport. So they need the space. So we make decision to renovate on the top floor of the parking building to be the group tour area. We're going to start construct it from next year. I'm sorry, slide is not going. Okay, this is also the parking area. Like I said, because of Thailand, the mass transportation is not very famous. So they all using their own private vehicle. So we have got a lot of like parking problems. So we make the decision to build the new parking building. Okay, this is the image. So we're going to start renovating and make a new facility. It's going to be finished in, I think, next 2 years. Also, we want everyone have a very good experience of when they get through the custom and to security check. They will have like 2 hours to waiting before the boarding. So we now renovating our main terminal because our main terminal had been already built for 19 years, and 19 years ago the area is full of shop and store and F&B and everything. Of course, it makes us a lot of concessionaire revenue, but it's not making the passenger having the space for doing the thing that they want. Like, so we take the area back from the concessionaire as duty free. So we're going to create the space for the passenger. Okay, this is the thing that we are going to do from this December. Okay, let's talk about development plan. Like I said, we have 6 airports, and all of our airport is aging. Our oldest airport is about 55 years old building, and our oldest airport, Don Mueang Airport, is 111 years old. So we have to renovate and also make a new building to make ourselves can have more passenger. So this is our plan from all of our 6 airports. We go to make it like having capacity 214 million passengers by 2034, which is next 9 years. So I think it's very difficult, but we're going to do it. This is a master plan of Sonapum Airport. So we already finished our master plan of this year, and we already submitted to the cabinet, and we need the approval from the cabinet, and then we start doing next. So on the right-hand side, we have the like existing facility. We have main terminal, we have satellite one in the middle, and then we have 3 runway. Our 3rd runway start operating from last October, and it increased our capacity, like the slot from 68 slots per hour to be 94 slots per hour. So we really need to improve ourselves and start constructing new building and new terminal, because right now our existing facility the capacity of that can be just 60 million passengers, can serve 60 million passengers. But right now we already have 65 million passengers. So we think we're going to spend like 7 or 8 years just finishing the first phase of South Terminal. South Terminal we're going to separate into like 3 phases, because we don't want to invest once in the same time. We're thinking about smart investment. We were thinking about time, thinking about like how fastest we can do. We can do the new facility that we can accept and serve the increasing passenger in the near future. And also we would like to be aviation hub. This is the way that Thai government, we talked about this about 20 years ago, but we never be. Because we already look closer to ourselves. We are not hub, we the gateway. Because we have got just transfer passengers, just about like 6%. 94% is they coming into Thailand. They come for traveling, they come for spending in Thailand. And why we want to be a hub? But from that, we already have the 3rd runway and the 4th runway. We're going to have more facility to make ourselves to be a hub. But our hub is not going to be a hub just like people come and transit and transfer. We want to make ourselves to be a hub of some of the airlines, that they can have passengers go through Thailand, traveling Thailand, and go to another country around Thailand. So we put more area. We give some area as the MRO area and also cargo area, because to be a hub of the airline, they need MRO facility, and also we also need the cargo facility. This is East expansion, I already said in the early of the presentation. Our existing is totally full. So now we already have a plan to extend the terminal. Our terminal, the design already finished. This is the real design, and we're going to start construct the East expansion from next year. We are going to spend 4 years to do this project, and then the capacity of the main terminal going to be up to 80 million passengers per year. This is inside. Like everyone knows that we want to make passenger more less stress. So we make a decision to make design to be like more comfortable. That make the traveler feel a little bit different compared to the existing terminal we have right now. This is also another view of the same terminal. Okay, please go through this. this is the phasing of investment of South Terminal. So the curve is about broadening of the demand of the passenger who want to travel, like the forecasting, want to travel to BKK. And then the green line is about our existing capacity right now. So the red line is going to be our investment plan of South Terminal. So that makes our capacity getting better and faster. So we can take more passengers who want to go through Suvarnabhumi Airport. The green shading area is going to be the number of the passengers that we can serve in the near future with this plan. Okay, this is the image of the South Terminal. To end up all those facilities, we hope that our all facility can serve 120 million passengers per year. This is Don Mueang Airport. Don Mueang Airport is also one of the airports that very congestion. We really need to renovate. So now we have Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 on the yellow shading. And now we already make a plan and we are designing the new terminal in the green area. We're going to build the new one from next 2 years, and then spend 5 years to construct it. And then we're going to renovate the Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 to be domestic, and we use the green area Terminal 3 to be international terminal. Again, we already finished the designing. We're going to start construct it from next 2 years. Phuket Airport is one of our congestion airport. Our capacity is about 18 million passengers per year, but right now we already have 17 million passengers. So the existing terminal is totally old. So we kind of have to, now we're under designing, and I think we're going to finish design in a year, and we're going to improve the capacity of the runway also. 18 million passengers per year calculate from 25 slots per hour of one runway of Phuket Airport. But now we are working with air traffic controller that make the slot of, if we can increase the slot of the runway from 25 slot per hour to be 35 slots per hour, Phuket Airport will be able to accept 30 million passengers per year. So that's what we want to do. One of the very important things of Thailand that I already told you that about, like hospitality. So right now we are changing our theme of the airport to be world-class hospitality, because it's not just only passenger, it's about ourselves. It's about our people who serve the passenger. So we use it, we try to make it in 4 pillars. One is passenger. We want every passenger got a world-class hospitality from our colleague and our officer, and also people who work in the airport. And security. So people just thinking about what is the world-class security, world-class hospital security. You know, we got complaint all the time about security check. Like, especially some, high-end from Middle East, that they don't want people who touch them, or they don't want even the security equipment passing their body. So I think we make a decision like we really want to do it. So we improve the skill of the officer, and also we make a special lane for people who like need the special treat. And also the services. Now we talk about not about people, we talk about equipment. We need to treat our equipment with hospitality. That's what we try to do. You know, we use it with like kindness and everything. And also like if the facility and also the equipment, they need the world-class hospitality, that means we treat them like preventive maintenance. We don't let them break, and we don't going to spend much of money about like corrective maintenance. So on our calculation, it's cheaper and it's make our operation go smoother. The last one is about like our people. So in our company, AOT, we have got like 8,000 people in our company, and Suvarnabhumi Airport, about 50,000 people work there. Including all our 6 airports, it's about like 120,000 people working all of our 6 airports. We have got so many problems about like people working their own job and they don't help each other. So we try to make it better. And also people who work for security check, and also in every airport, we make the pride like service excellence. So people join the program and they got some stuff as the thank from the company, and they win the service. So we make it fun. We make it like not so stressful about working to be the world-class hospitality. This is another, also we have very difficult time about, like I said, like hospitality, world-class hospitality of security. So this is also not the same program with just only for security check. All of that seem like AOT going to invest a lot. So we really need to do the financial balancing. Like I said, like if we look through the finance of AOT, the ratio between aeronautical and non-aeronautical, it's about 60 to 40 for a long time. And then after COVID-19, it's become 50 and 50. We know that our passenger is not coming back to the level before COVID. I think the main reason is about Thai Airways. They already sold some aircraft, and now the aircraft, the number of the aircraft getting less, and the slot of AOT, slot of BKK belong to Thai Airways. Now it's available slot, it's so many available slots. Anyway, we're going to get ourselves back in the level of before COVID soon. So we know that our revenue comes from concessionaire a lot, like 50%. We really need to change it. Because if not, you know, now the people who travel around the world, they don't buy stuff anymore. I don't know about Taoyuan Airport, but in Thailand, in BKK, the concessionaire about duty-free, really bad right now. So we really needed to change it. So the thing that we do is we really, we ask the government to increase the PSC, you know, passenger service charge. In Thailand, we never ever increased for 19 years, and we're going to increase this next year. That's what we're doing, and government really supportive. Because we listed in stock market, all of that I already explained since the early of the session, is reflect to the investor. So our stock price getting very bad in the next, like last 6 months. And now, from that perspective of changing and transforming AOT and also our success airport, we bring up the trust from the investor. Our stock price getting like double from the lowest price, like 3 months ago. Okay, I'm sorry that I spent so many times here, and I think it's the thing that I really need to talk about is about like Taoyuan Airport and Thailand, like Suvarnabhumi Airport, is look very similar in like location, not the location, like in the plan and master plan. And I think we kind of having facing the same problems of servicing and also developing. So the thing that we are doing, this is a plan that we are going to do, and we hope we can do it better. So we really want to hear from you, and whatever Thailand can do for passenger around the world. Taoyuan Airport, also passenger from Taiwan, also one of our passenger. So anything that we can improve ourselves, don't hesitate to tell us. Okay, thank you for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaliaki Dipon, for the insightful presentation. Please take your seat. Thank you. Your sharing has given us a valuable perspective on how airports of Thailand is revitalizing route networks and regional collaboration in the post-pandemic era. 感谢 Zaliaki Dipon 代理总经理带来的精彩分享，让我们从泰国机场公司的经验中看到疫情后航网重启与区域合作的新契机。那么接下来，我们将从数据与市场的角度来进一步探讨航网连结如何带动机场商机与经济发展。Next, we will look at this topic from a data and market perspective, exploring how air connectivity drives airport business and economic growth. 让我们欢迎 OAG 亚太区负责人 Mayur Patel 先生为我们带来航网连结与机场商机的主题演讲。Please welcome Mr. Mayur Patel, Head of Asia at OAG, to present on route connectivity and airport business, the importance of connecting traffic. Please give him a round of applause. 欢迎。
Good morning and ni hao. First of all, my deep appreciation to Taoyuan Airport Company and the chairman, Mr. Wai Fu Yang, for inviting OAG to present at this year's Taoyuan Airport Forum. So today's topic looks at route connectivity and airport business. So again, stressing the importance of connecting traffic in our airport, airline, and passenger ecosystem. So today's presentation, we'll look at why non-aeronautical revenue matters, because there's different factors arising from airline operating cost, so that's going up, and that's putting a big squeeze in airport margins. And as a result of that, airports, I think we've heard from Kun Pavina earlier, that you've got to obtain revenue to do CapEx program. So CapEx being capital expenditure, that's quite high in order to facilitate infrastructure. There's fixed airport infrastructure versus portable airline capacity. So we'll look at some examples where how airline capacity shifts can impact a fixed assets such as an airport company. And airports must diversify to fund its future growth by looking at different revenue streams amid the CapEx requirement over the long term. So it's not a short-term issue, but it has to be planned out on a long-term basis. The next, we'll look at the power and risk of connecting traffic. So whilst connection traffic is important, but it does hold a lot of risk associated with business itself. So we need to diversify and expand on that to ensure there's a good balance that we strike between local traffic and connecting passengers through your hub. And again, disruption from hybrid, LCC interlining, and self-connect models. So I think this represents Taoyuan Airport with an opportunity to look at its terminal design and look at how you actually integrate specific airline models into your terminal design and how do you accommodate that in the long-term planning perspective. Dependencies on airline strategies can expose airports to a sudden demand shift. So as you can see, over the last 2 decades, we've seen airline models shifting from LCC coming in very aggressively. So if you go back about 22 years ago, a lot of the airlines CEOs in Asia Pacific would have said that low-cost carriers will never work in this part of the world. Fast forward that to 2025, about 1/3 of our capacity globally and in Asia is driven by low-cost carriers. So I can see that the importance of low-cost carriers is very important, and how do we serve that in our ecosystem is very important as well. So I think that's something we'll discuss a bit further. Unlocking the spend opportunity. So again, local traffic represents a high value for shoppers. So again, when you design airport facilities, you've got to look at it from a perspective of local traffic that's coming from that origination. And then you've got that 180-minute retail window for passengers that are connecting. So how do you facilitate that 180 minutes into your connections window, and how do you serve those customers that's connecting from one flight to the other flight? And again, experience, convenience, and engagements drive the non-aero spend uplift. So again, looking at different services that consumers are looking for, and how do you deliver that in the most cost-effective and something that travelers will value as they travel through the system. Because travel can be very stressful, okay? So if there's a flight delay in that whole itinerary, in the value chain, it creates a lot of stress, and how do you de-stress that in your ecosystem is very important along the way. So again, diversification is the key word here. So when we look at non-aeronautical revenues, that's something that a lot of airports are focusing on, because you've got 2 aspects of an asset. So we've got a fixed asset from the airport side, and you've got the portable asset problem where airline capacity can be redeployed at a very short notice. So I think if you look at Ryanair, they've pulled 2 million seats from Spanish services in response to a hike in airport charges. So it was quite interesting overnight. I actually received an email this morning, and the top line figure was Schiphol Airport and Air France KLM Group are in a bit of a conflict situation, because Schiphol Airport wants to increase their charges, and that will cost Air France KLM Group 33% increase in their cost over the next 3 years. Why is this a problem? Because airlines are battling their own cost base, revenue shifts. And if you look at KLM, they're looking at Africa, India, where there's a visa problem that the United States has imposed. So they're seeing a decline in traffic from India, Africa into the United States, connecting over Schiphol hub. Okay, so when you've got a business problem and airports are actually increasing your cost, that becomes a portable asset problem from an airline's perspective. So they can actually shift their capacity around and refocus some of the traffic that they would actually get from different parts of the world into their hub. So I think that's something that we need to be mindful of when we look at the 2 equations of airline capacity that can be redeployed at a very short notice, whereas the airport infrastructure is fixed, and it's a long-term planning that's required, and you need to strike a good balance between the relationship between airports and airlines over long term. So Helsinki is an interesting example that I would like to talk about. So when the Russian airspace closed down, Finland was a very good example of providing the shortest route between Europe and Asia. So when you've got the Russian airspace that's been shut down, that created a big bottleneck for traffic flows between Helsinki and parts of Asia. So you can see from the top graph, all the destinations that were served in 2019, and you can see 2025, what that looks like. And between those 2 periods, that's a capacity loss of just over 600,000 seats. And why that's significant? Because you've had different composition of traffic that has been lost as a result of the decline in seats. And Chinese travelers has actually diminished from that particular route, and they were the highest spending traffic that were going through Helsinki. So again, diversifying your revenue stream is very important because airlines can pull the plug and the traffic composition can change very quickly overnight. So that's about 36% loss of seats during that period. And you can see the graph that it hasn't recovered fully from that 2019 period to 2025. So developing connecting traffic carries certain risks. So if you go back historically, and I'm not quite sure how many people in the room remember this airline called Sabena. It was based in Brussels, and it created a super efficient transfer product within that 35-minute window. So a lot of the European carriers going between European countries, they preferred Brussels to connect through. And because the airport was relying on one carrier, and when they collapsed, so did the airport's traffic. Means there was no passengers at the end. So it's taken them a lot of time for Brussels to rebuild, bring a new airline in, bring it through the Lufthansa Group, and have that strategy within the Lufthansa Group to actually bring it back into the connections component. On the other hand, we've had Zurich, which has never recovered. So I'm quite sure many people remember Swiss Air under its former name. It operates under Swiss International Airlines today under Lufthansa Group. Again, because it's part of Lufthansa Group, the priorities are very different in terms of how they connect the group's traffic, whether it's through Frankfurt, Munich, or is it Zurich. So it hasn't really recovered because the priorities within the airlines group has been very different as a result of recapitalization and bringing a viable airline model into that Central Europe mix. So the key question for every airport is your base customer strong enough to survive an event? Okay, so the event could be from a shift of airline bankruptcy to a health issue that we've seen with COVID, and how do we diversify that mix and have a strong base airline in the fixed asset that you operate? So what are the greatest challenges for an airport? So 4 different things I would like to talk about. One is adding new routes and expanded connectivity. So that's economically viable. It has an impact from an economics perspective, whether it's job creation, whether it's the spending that passengers undertake at the terminal, all the way down to regional trade and tourism. So cargo, Taiwan is very strong in its cargo, manufacturing. So what impact does connectivity have with the cargo manufacturing business out there? Attracting new airlines, so looking at expanding network and number of airlines that serve an airport. So that's a barometer to look at the success of an airport itself. And it also enhances airport's reputation. The more airlines you have, it looks much better, and it gives you the depth and breadth of connectivity and destinations that you actually serve. And from a stakeholder perspective, it impresses them because the more airlines you bring in, the more revenue that you generate from that. Profitability, again, that's essential, but excess profits can also create regulatory scrutiny and tensions with airlines, just like that example that I gave on Schiphol Airport with Air France KLM Group. So it does create a bit of conflict if you are highly profitable, and if you don't show the CapEx numbers correctly, then airlines will always come back and negotiate a better fee rate for their charges. And generating more revenues is always a key, so that non-aeronautical revenue needs to be diversified with products and services. Like we've heard from AOT earlier, it's about the world-class hospitality. How do we serve those passengers when they are actually in our airport environment, and when there's a dwell time of 180 to 250 minutes window when you're connecting from one flight to the other flight. So travel should be an enjoyable experience. As I said, travel can be stressful, especially when things don't go right, or if there's overcrowding at an airport, you feel a bit less comfortable in that environment. So there's a lot of technologies that's allowing for faster processes. So again, check-in to security needs to be streamlined. And in this day and age of technology, there's been a lot of investments in biometrics, self-service check-in, so you don't have to queue for your check-in process. it's quite seamless. And there are airports in this region that do a very good job in terms of getting you from landside to airside within 5 to 10 minutes. So I think Hong Kong is a good example. Singapore is another good example where they've introduced passportless travel. So you go through your biometrics and you don't need to interact with anyone along that whole journey process from going from landside to airside. Then there's duty-free boost, so travel retail, having that duty-free shopping experience. It's not just about the high-end shops like you see at this hotel downstairs or the different boutiques, but it's all about diversifying different types of shops, whether it's food, beverages, lounges. I think Plaza Premium Group has done a fantastic job at different airports around the world, where they offer different products to different segments of the travelers that travel through a particular airport, whether it's the Aerotel product with sleeping pods, to different lounge product, to grab-and-go type of food and services that exist, the hospitality component. So that's the hospitality uplift, and if you engage with those services, that creates additional revenue for the airport company as a result of that. And again, if you look at millions of dollars slip away each year from departure gate as airports miss out on those final moments of passenger spending. So again, airport operators need to convert that waiting time into winning time and capturing revenues before they fly off. And again, that's looking at different segments of the business, whether it's business travelers or leisure travelers, and how do you cater to these two specific groups of people. And leisure travelers are multiple leisure travelers within that, whether it's family travel, whether it's single group of people who's traveling, and there's different generations within that. So when you look at generation, there's 5 different generation groups that exist in the market today, whether it's from the elderly, where you offer different types of services for them, right down to Gen Z, Generation Z, to Generation A. So Generation A are the young kids that will be the ones that will consume our airport services in the next 10, 15 years as they grow up. So we need to be able to entice them with a different type of experience as they go through their journey process. So connecting market is huge. So when we look at it from a data perspective, so I've given different examples here. So if you look at US to UK market, in total, there were about 46% that made one connection between the two countries. Okay, so that represented something like 8.5 million passengers that were connecting on an annual basis. So that's quite a significant one-stop product for airlines and airports to engage with those travelers. If you look at Hong Kong, Singapore success, we're going back from the 80s period, or when the jet age period started. Compact local markets, so if you look at Hong Kong, Singapore, very small markets of 6 to 7 million population, but very influential in aviation, because if you look at the types of propensity of travel for those travelers in Hong Kong and Singapore, they travel very frequently. So I think there was a statistics that one person travels in those countries once a year at least. So there'll be multiple of those iterations on that. There were pioneers in long-haul connecting traffic. So if you look at back in the 80s, they were established as one of the pioneers. If you look at Cathay Pacific, Singapore Airlines, they're the ones that actually created that long-haul connector feeder traffic at that respective airports. So again, they have high proportion of connecting passengers, driving hub traffic, and international connectivity from different parts of the world. And I think where Taoyuan Airport has an advantage, it's its location and its ability to transfer traffic from North America into Southeast Asia. So again, providing a design for terminals that have that connectivity is going to be very important. And I think Terminal 3 will facilitate that, where all the airlines that come in from North America will be in one terminal, and then you can design products and services that's related to that long-haul traveler that's in connection, that will move on to Southeast Asia traffic. Then you've got the Doha hub model. So Doha is a bit different because 90% of its passengers are connecting traffic. because Doha is a very small country and it relies highly on the airline business model, which is government-owned, of Qatar Airways. And Qatar Airways, if you look at the network, it's east, west, north, south, and all the connectivity from different parts of the world. So 90% of their traffic is connecting traffic. So again, their products are very different in respect to other airports, what they actually offer. And the timing of the traffic connections are very different too, based on its geographical location. So when you look at the IATA estimates for 2025, they're estimating that about close to 5 billion passengers will be traveling this year. And from that, if you take a per day rate, that's about 4.1 million passengers that will connect. So you can see the significance of connecting traffic and the importance that you put onto them when you design ambience, the terminal facilities, and services around that connecting traffic. But in the next 10 years, 2035, we expect that to increase to 5.9 million daily passengers that are on a connection mode. So again, in the next decade, there's an opportunity for every hub airport to actually develop a connecting product and the services that you offer that they're looking for in terms of their expenditure and the consumption of those products. So again, the market is evolving, so are airline models within that. So we've seen the full service spectrum of the airline. Then you've got low-cost carriers that we've seen that's been flourishing. And then there's the hybrid model that's emerging as well. So hybrid is your mid-market model where they're offering different types of ancillary products, and that's going to be a very big thing as we move forward in the next decade and so. So I think ancillary will be away from just the seat baggage, but all the other services. So if you're looking at a lounge product at the airport that Plaza Premium Group offers, you'll be able to purchase that at the time of your travel booking. So again, a lot of the airlines will be looking at ancillaries, the way they distribute that product through the IATA 1 order. I think that's going to be very important, understanding how the IATA 1 order and airline retailing captures a lot of the services that you actually design today will be able to be retailed on airlines' platform, just like we've seen with Amazon. Okay, so the Amazon example is going to be taken into the context of airline retailing, and all the concessionaires that you operate within, they should be exposed to the inventory at the airline's retailing platform in the future. So if anyone's traveling from Taoyuan Airport and they're booking a trip with a connection at Taoyuan Airport between North America and Southeast Asia, you'll be able to see all the services that you can actually get at Taoyuan Airport's Terminal 3. You can actually pre-book, have those services delivered to you while you're connecting through Taoyuan Airport. So there's a lot of different examples we can use where you take technology integration and airline retailing platform and merge the two together. So I think there's a symbiotic relationship between airlines and airports that coexist, and how do you deliver that service efficiently through that distribution channel. Low-cost interlining is very important as well. So a lot of airlines are having dual brand strategy. We've seen China Airlines with Tiger Air Taiwan as an example, Singapore Airlines with Scoot, Cathay Pacific with HK Express. In Korea market, there's one with Korean Air with Jin Air, and then Japanese carriers that are going through a bit of a consolidation where ANA Group will be consolidating between ANA and Peach, and then Japan Airlines with Jetstar Japan. And then, of course, you've got self-connection. So that's another important element of how we engage with passengers that are connecting from a full service to a low cost. And there's a really good example of Gatwick Connects. It's a good product which handles hundreds of passengers a day that actually go through Gatwick. And again, if you look at LCC interlining, there's a Cathay Pacific example with EasyJet that's interlining with EasyJet with a full service carrier concept. So where does that stand within Taoyuan Airport's composition? That's something that we should also talk about in the next few years as to how we take that self-connect product and create that, because I think one of the biggest wins for Taoyuan Airport is having LCCs, having fifth freedom traffic going through Taoyuan Airport from Southeast Asia to Japan via Taipei. So I think that's an excellent example where self-service, self-connect is a good product that you can actually develop further using the Gatwick Connect product example. So again, local passenger opportunity. So when we talk about composition of passengers, there's the local traffic component. So that's where the business travelers, so understanding the business traveler segment, along with leisure travelers. So what are the characteristics of a business traveler? They provide high frequency, regular travel patterns. So they're the ones that will travel every week through your airport. And some of them know their airports better than they know their home lounge or their home itself, because they're very familiar with the airport layout. They know exactly what they want when they get into that space, the terminal space. They directly go to the lounge, most of them. They don't interact with any concessionaires, or they may grab coffee as they go and board their flight. So there's a different profile of business travelers versus someone who's a leisure travel, which is a low frequency traveler, but they've got cash to spend. So how do you cater to this group of people? Because they travel once a year, but they want to make their stay at the airport more enjoyable. So how do you interact with them and be able to capture some of that expenditure that they have? Tax-free items is a must. So they always have a list of duty-free items that they want to purchase because they don't travel as often. So whether it's confectionery items, alcohol, cigarettes, so that's your top merchandising item that most people buy from tax-free retail. A lot of people dine before they fly, I know some passengers that buy a goose at Hong Kong airport, right? So they take it away with them. So it's a novelty. So roast goose is a big thing in Asia. So if you have that specific delicacy that people can take away, and there's a segment that will purchase those type of items, it's a win for both parties, whether it's the airport, the retailer, as well as the passenger. Enjoying the terminal experience is vital, and some of them watch planes. So there's little kids, they get fascinated by aeroplanes, they take kids ahead of time, especially if they're boys, right? It's something I can confess to as a kid. I used to love going to the airports just to see aeroplanes, and that's probably why I'm in aviation business today. So I think that's also a very important part, that kids love to engage with the ecosystem, they love to see aeroplanes, and they like to have the family time around them. So again, space optimization. So we talked about the way you design terminals. So if you're connecting traffic, and that's your main importance, so you've got to lay out the terminal space with retail and the waiting area accordingly. So you don't want to congest that area up. So you've got to have a good buffer in terms of accessibility of the facility, such as the travel retail and shops, with the passenger waiting area. So it has to be well designed. Strategic partnerships, social media. So a lot of people use Instagram. If you look at Chinese market, you need to be on the little red note platform. So that's very important in terms of social media, digital touch points, as well as all the different crowd points that exist. So like Airports Authority Thailand was saying, you have heat maps to look at where the crowds are at different points in time. So making sure that the terminal is less congested, it's well optimized, and you can generate good experiences as well as revenue through that engagement process. So connecting passengers can be good and bad. So we all love to see that North America to Southeast Asia, Taoyuan is about 2/3 of the traffic. So it's about 66 to 70%. So the good part is it provides volume and frequency development by the airlines. So that's a good part of that network. Hungry travelers, when they connect, they're hungry, thirsty, and they're always looking for washroom. So when I wrote this example, I was a bit skeptical about the washroom bit. But when I heard it from Airports of Thailand, Pavina, when she talked about the washroom, I think it's a very important, it's just that we take it for granted that facilities at the airport, washrooms are a very important part of that. So making sure a clean washroom that's well maintained is a very important element of the passenger experience. Short connectors are classic grab-and-go spenders. So if you're on a short connection window of 1 hour, you want to grab something that's very quick, that's readily available. You don't want to consume it, wait for the time for that production to take place. It's something a lot of hospitality companies are providing. It's a grab-and-go services, coffee, sandwiches, whatever it is. Longer connecting passengers can be enticed to wine and dine. So again, you offer them more fine dining option and an array of suites of products and services there. The not so good about connecting traffic is that typically these are price sensitive. And if you ask a lot of the airlines, they will say if you have a one-stop connection, they tend to be lower yield passengers. So you're balancing an act between the airlines saying low yield traffic and the airports are saying that these are quite price-conscious travelers. So you've got to have a good balance between the two traveler mix, between local and connecting traffic. Short connections can place pressure on security resources for moments of high activity. So that's your scheduled bank structure. So each airport operates in a high-low frequency wave through the day. So how do you allocate resources for your security to make sure that your security processes are efficient and there's no overcrowding as a result of that? So how many airports have you been to where they don't actually provide adequate resources, and that creates a lot of downtime in queuing? And you can queue up to about 45 minutes to 1 hour, which can be an irritating factor for a traveler's experience. So again, striking a good balance between resources and making sure everything works in a very efficient way along the way. So again, catering to those connecting passenger needs. So again, the wave structures that we spoke about, there's an overnight early morning wave. So those travelers primarily, they look for shower facilities, massage, spa services, sleep pods, and day room rates. So day room, having a little small sleeping pods can make a big difference to some of these passengers that are on a 3-4 hour connecting time frame window. And there's a potential turnover that you can turn this 3 to 4 times daily for maximum revenue. So it's a revenue generator. So rather than sitting at the waiting gate, you get them into your transit hotel and offer them an attractive proposition where they can stretch themselves, refresh before they get onto their next flight. Because if you're sitting in a plane for 15 hours, you do need that time to sort of wind down and relax in that connecting hub. The midday connecting passengers, so they're looking for food and beverage, so they're looking for quality fast food. So making sure that you have a range of hospitality services for those connecting passengers is crucial. And again, time-stamped lounge access, so lounge accesses that are about 3 hours duration. So it's not a whole day, because you can make revenue on those time-stamped lounge access. Private Wi-Fi, refreshments, and tax-free sales linked to pre-arrival products. So there's different ways of digitalizing some of the products and services that you have that you can deliver to those passengers when they're connecting through Taoyuan Airport's one of the terminals there. So again, the minutes of opportunity. So we looked at our schedules data, and when we ran Monday, 20th of October, we looked at a list of airlines that had an average connecting time minutes. So if you look at EVA Airways, China Airlines in Taiwan, there were about 224 minutes for EVA, 208 minutes for China Airlines. So that's quite an optimal time window, because we feel that 180 minutes of opportunity is critical window for revenue capturing. So I think what you have with the two main airlines in Taipei going through your airport here, it's at optimal level. So I think there's a lot of good revenue opportunity that can be maximized through that window of the time window. And if you look at the others, like Cathay Pacific through Hong Kong and Singapore Airlines through Singapore Changi, It's about roughly the same. It's about 233 minutes. So again, that 180 minutes is a critical window for your revenue optimization for the spenders that are connecting through your airport itself. And understanding that each airport in its geographical location has a different wave structure. So for example, Southeast Asia hubs, they have a connecting traffic from Australia at about 8 p.m. every night. So all the Australian flights will flow into Southeast Asia hubs and then connect onto Europe. Whereas Northeast Asia, you've got a bank of connecting daily flights coming out of North America onto Southeast Asia in the early morning hours. So again, how do you cater to those passengers that are a bit tired? They want to probably take a nap between two flights, refresh, get something to eat, and then go into the next departure wave. And then you've got Middle East hubs, which act very differently. It all happens at 1 a.m. in the morning, right down to 4 a.m. So there's a big, solid departure waves at middle of the night. That's purely because of the network that Emirates, Qatar, and Etihad operate on. It's an east and west connection traffic, and that's usually smack bang in the middle of the night because of its location where they're based. It's a bit like Vancouver. All the flights that come out of Canada into Northeast Asia will depart at about 1 a.m. Out of Vancouver time. So again, that's purely because of the arrival time that you need to capture to get into the airport itself at the hub. So again, connecting hubs should be entertaining. So I just picked 4 different hubs here. So Changi Airport, as you know, they've got a dual Changi, which is a multi-dimensional lifestyle destination. So those who have been there, you'll be able to see there's shops, there's restaurants, but the only issue is it's on the land side. So you cannot be connected on for connecting passengers, you have to come out, but there's a lot of facilities for you to enjoy. And it's like a shopping mall. And it's got indoor gardens, the waterfall, and people love going there just to take Instagram pictures and showing it to their friends on their social media. Hong Kong, it's a premier gateway to mainland China, and it's also a powerhouse connecting hub, and also creating that vibrant Sky City business and entertainment district. So that's being developed. There's hotels, golf courses, there's that Sky 11 complex, the entertainment complex that will be developed. So that's for passengers to sort of come in, spend some time there, then fly out. And they've got Disneyland as well, not too far from there. Amsterdam Schiphol, that's another leading hub. I'm not quite sure after they want to increase it by 33% cost, whether Air France KLM will put a lot of effort in that hub, or will they shift it to Paris and France as an alternate. But at the moment, Amsterdam is an efficient hub in Europe, and it offers the Schiphol Plaza, which offers a vibrant gateway for shopping, dining, art exhibition, and seamless transit facilities that enhances passenger experience. So one of the most efficient gateways in Europe, whether it's Heathrow, Schiphol, Paris, or Frankfurt. And then you've got Doha in the Middle East. So Doha is an example because it's a relatively new hub, a new terminal, and the way they've done it is quite interesting. They've got a lot of luxury shops, food, wine, and dining of different sorts. The lounge products are quite good, some of the world-class status, and also having the art installation. So they've created this museum-type environment where they've got things for kids to play with, playground with sculptures around it, and so forth. So I think it's an excellent hub. And it's entertaining. So when you go there, you'll be very impressed with, there's a lot of things to do around there. So again, just to conclude, so airport engagement strategies for today's travelers. So we've highlighted 3 different parts here. Streamlined passenger flow. So we talked about fast-track security and immigration line. I think that's something that we're working towards with technology adoption, with biometrics. And again, premium travelers prefer to have a fast track. There are companies out there like PPG that offer fast track services as part of their proposition with buggy system. So if you've got a long walk, you can actually purchase passes for their buggy services. And again, passengers want to go from their immigration to their boarding gate in a very seamless manner. Automated check-in and backdrop kiosks that reduces wait time. Again, there's biometrics involved with that, so the adoption rates will increase if, moving forward, because at the moment there are some limitations in terms of passengers that require visa validation. So I think a lot of airports are working with their IT partners to actually load the visa information by scanning the visa at the time of checking at the kiosk. So you'll be able to scan your visa, get a validation, and you can do that whole in a streamlined manner. Or even at home check-in, when you do mobile check-in, you'll be able to take a picture of your visa in your passport, and it gets uploaded into the system, and it validates it, and you get an approval. You get your little pass, Apple Pass or the Android Pass, and then you can go through the immigration in a seamless way. So you don't have to interact with anyone along the process when you get from the car, taxi, or train, all the way through to the immigration. You don't have to interact with anybody. It's just a backdrop, off you go. And if you don't have any bags, it's even easier. So you can be at your airport gate within 5 to 10 minutes from the time you get off from the curbside to the airside. Smart and intuitive wayfinding with multilingual digital signage. So I think a lot of the airports will use digital signboards rather than the old fixed displays. So you can put different languages in there. Helsinki Airport did a fantastic job in that regard, where a flight that comes in from China, they can actually change all the boards to show them where the restrooms are in the Chinese language. So that's through the digital adoption. You can make it much, much easier for them to navigate through the airport in different languages. So depending on the profile of those passengers that are coming in, you can change those signage out very quickly. And smart crowd management. So again, looking at the heat map, where there's bottlenecks in the airport, how do you overcome that with more efficiency? Retail and hospitality integration, we spoke a lot about that. So providing the flexibility, delivery options, and co-brand partnerships. So again, airline, airports working together to form a retail strategy around how do you deliver that through a digital format. And curated local experiences. So when connecting passengers are connecting through your airport, you want to show them what Taiwan is like, right? Because they're going from one plane to the other plane. They're not getting off in your destination. So how do you create some of that destination local experiences within that airport environment? So that attracts people to come back to Taiwan as a tourist in the future, or they will stop over and say, you know what, I enjoyed what I saw at Taoyuan Airport. Maybe I'll go and experience. An example of that could be the Taiwan tea ceremony, as an example, right? So there's a lot of tea houses in Taiwan, and they can come and experience that. Digital and contactless experience, so that's all about digitalization. A lot of airports, airlines are talking about digitalization. How do you actually embed a lot of the order taking and delivery mechanism into the whole mix? And I think that's going to be quite crucial as we move forward. So again, thank you very much for listening to my presentation today. And again, once again, thank you for inviting OAG to present our viewpoint on airline connectivity today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel, for that amazing sharing. Thank you. 感谢 Patel 先生精彩的演说。各位贵宾，经过整个上午精彩的专家分享，相信大家都收获满满。Following a morning of excellent presentations by our distinguished experts, we hope everyone has gained valuable insights. 接下来是午餐时间，午宴在1楼的百丽厅，请各位贵宾凭识别证入席享用。Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for lunch. Lunch is ready at the brasserie on the first floor. Please present your badge for entry. 下午的论坛将于2点10分准时开始，请各位于2点前回到会场，谢谢。The afternoon session will begin at 2:10, so please return to your seats before 2 o'clock. Thank you and enjoy your meal. 欢迎各位贵宾回到我们下午场的论坛现场。那提醒各位，现场提供线上即时翻译工具以及中日同步口译，请扫描识别证上的 QR code 选择语言，或使用桌上提供的翻译机。开机请长按上方绿色的按钮，荧幕上显示1号为中文，按右方按钮至3号为日文，请选择您所需要的语言。左上方的旋钮可调整音量大小。使用完毕后，请将设备留在桌上，也请记得将您手机调成静音模式。谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon session of our forum. Please note that real-time translation and Japanese-Chinese interpretation are available. You may scan the QR code on your badge to select your preferred language or use the translation device provided on the desk. Please press the green button on the top. Channel 1 is Chinese. If you press the right-hand side button to Channel 3, it will become Japanese. The knob on the upper left is used to adjust volume. After use, kindly leave the device on the table, and please remember to keep your phones on silent. 那么接下来就让我们欢迎30地产集团空港事业部长西尊等先生为我们带来30地产的机场事业策略视角的演讲。Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Hitoshi Nishimura-san, Airport Business Development General Manager of Mitsubishi Estate Group, to deliver his keynote presentation, Strategic Perspective of the Mitsubishi Estate Group Airport Business. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm welcome. 掌声欢迎。
にーはお、三菱地所の西村でございます。本日はこのような場で当社の取り組みを発表する機会をいただき、台湾桃園国際空港様には大変感謝を申し上げます。まずは、自己紹介です。私は1990年、三菱地所に入社をいたしまして、長くオフィスビルなどの運営をしてまいりました。空港の仕事としましては、2018年10月より6年半、コロナ禍でもありましたが、社長としまして富士山静岡空港で業務をしてまいりました。そして今年の4月より三菱地所空港事業部に戻り、引き続き空港事業の仕事として三菱地所が関係をしている空港のサポート並びに新規案件の検討計画などをしております。本日は当社の三菱地所のですね、空港事業を中心に4つの項目に分けて発表をさせていただきます。1点目が三菱地所の紹介です。会社概要と当社の強みについて説明をいたします。2点目が日本における空港民営化についてです。民営化の現状並びに民営化スキームについて簡単に説明をし、合わせて三菱地所の業界における立ち位置を説明したいと思います。3点目としましては、三菱地所が三菱地所による空港運営として各空港の取り組み成果、そして課題について述べていきたいと考えております。それで4点目としましては、今後の取り組み方針を外部環境、新たな民営化案件、そして三菱地所の空港事業が目指す姿をお話をしてまいりたいと思っております。まずは三菱地所の会社紹介でございますが、会社としましては1937年に設立されましたが、事業の始まりとしては1890年代から東京の皇居と東京駅の間にあります丸の内と呼ばれるエリアでオフィスを中心としたまちづくりを1世紀以上かけて開発を重ねて日本を代表するビジネス街として運営をしてきました。 現在、いくつかの事業グループに分かれておりますが、空港事業部が属しておりますコマーシャル不動産事業グループは、住宅や丸の内以外の日本国内で展開をしている事業グループとなります。オフィスすみません、オフィスのほかにアウトレット、商業、ホテル、物流のなど、あとは空港ですね、空港の事業となります。次に丸の内事業グループは当社の基幹事業として先ほど説明をした通りです。コマーシャル不動産事業グループと丸の内事業グループと合わせて会社全体の営業利益約620億新台湾ドルの67% を稼いでおります。住宅事業は国内のマンションの開発を中心に展開をしておりまして、営業収益約3200億新台湾ドルの 25% を稼いでおります。海外事業につきましてはニューヨーク、ロンドンから始まりまして現在ではアジアへの展開にも力を入れております。会社の総資産約1兆6000億新台湾ドルの 25% を占めるまでの成長をしております。他に不動産の投資マネージメント事業や設計管理、施設の運営管理などの不動産サービス事業と多岐にわたり行っており、総合デベロッパーとして事業を展開をしております。丸の内では2028年に高さが日本一となる複合ビルが竣工する予定でございます。このビルはオフィスのほかに商業やエンターテインメント施設、あとそれに展望台、賃貸レジデンス、ホテルが計画されております。永続的に開発を続けてビジネスを中心としたさまざまな人が集う日本を代表するまちづくりをしてまいります。100年以上の歴史を持つ丸の内開発で培った経験は当社の強みの一つでもあります。三菱地所は台湾でも多くの開発を行っており力を入れております。南山プラザから始まりその後もオフィス、商業、物流施設、レジデンスの開発や多くの設計管理、ビルの運営管理を手掛けております。この桃園国際空港の近くでも今年の10月になりますが物流施設が竣工しました。この施設はマルチテナント型大規模物流施設で台湾でも希少なランプウェイや太陽光パネルの設置など高規格な施設として開発をしております。今後も台湾でも逼迫をします倉庫需要の解消、運送の効率化のほか自動化の倉庫にも対応できるよう将来に向けた価値を提供していきたいと考えております。当社のこのように長年にわたり都市開発を通じて獲得をしました DNA を受け継ぐ人材、日本国内では200棟のオフィスビルを管理するなど厳選かつ膨大な不動産への関与、そして3300社を超えるテナント数など信頼に裏付けられた幅広いリレーションとパートナーシップの3つの積みを生かして三菱地所グループしかできない価値提供により魅力的なまちづくりを継続をしております。次に、日本における民営化について説明をしていきたいと思います。日本では97の民用空港がございますが、運営の仕方としまして滑走路などエアサイド、 CIQ 管制等の航空事業、青字で示しておりますが、こちらは国や地方自治体が管理をしております。一方、ターミナルビル、駐車場などの非航空事業、オレンジ色で示していますが、こちらは多くが第三セクターで運営をしており、それぞれ担い手がバラバラな状態でもあります。航空事業の収入としては、着陸料、保安料、空港施設利用料がありますが、滑走路などの維持管理などで多くの空港でコストの方が負担が大きく、赤字の状態となっているのが現状です。逆に非航空事業はテナント収入や駐車場収入などですが、航空事業に比べますと、コストがかからないため収支としては黒字となっている空港が多くあります。その結果、航空事業における国の負担が大きいということが課題となっておりました。これを改善するために管制と CIQ はそのまま国管理ですが、それ以外の航空事業と非航空事業を一体化した独立型経営を行う、それを民間の資金やノウハウを生かして空港の活性化、経営の効率化を目指す空港の経営改革を行っていくというのが空港の民営化でございます。現状では関西の3空港、北海道の7空港、仙台、広島、福岡、熊本などすでに20の空港が民営化されております。このうちの半分、10の空港に三菱地所は関与しております。次が、本日の本題でもあります三菱地所による空港運営について説明をいたします。当社が空港事業に進出した理由が、航空需要が今後長期的に成長していくもの、それに伴い訪日外国人が増え、国としても2030年に6000万人を目標とした観光立国を目指しておりまして、日本の成長を担う事業であるということ、合わせて当社が培ってきましたビルの運営や商業のノウハウを生かせる親和性の事業であるということ、そして旅客を増やすことでその地域を活性化させることができるまさにまちづくりと同じであると考えております。当社の基本使命はまちづくりを通じて社会に貢献するとしておりますが、まさにこれに合致する事業であるということから空港事業に進出をしております。現在三菱地所は新千歳空港をはじめとした北海道7空港、そして静岡、高松、沖縄の宮古島とつながっております下地島の合計10の空港に関与をしておりますが、空港事業としては2014年度からプロジェクトとして検討をし始めまして、2018年高松空港を皮切りに2019年には下地島と静岡、そして2020年に新千歳空港を含めた北海道7空港の運営を開始をしております。当社が関与する空港会社は北海道7空港はまとめてマネジメントをしておりまして1社と他は空港ごとに1社で運営をしておりまして合計4社となります。各空港では安全安心の空港運営をベースに路線誘致利用促進を図ることで旅客数を増やし商業を活性化させていくことを経営の基盤としております。我々事業部は各空港会社の株主としてまた各空港会社へも人も派遣をしております。空港事業部ではエアライン営業支援や経営分析をしながら各空港のサポートをしております。 今回は当社がメジャー出資をしております高松、静岡、下地の取り組みを個別に紹介をさせていただきます。まずは当社が最初に運営を始めましたのが四国の香川県にある高松空港です。本日高松空港の小畑社長と加藤常務にも出席をしております。国内では羽田空港が中心に165万人、国際線は48万人と合計200万人を超える旅客数となります。四国で一番国際線が多い空港でございます。2018年4月より運営権事業を開始をしており、先ほど説明をした国から運営権を設定された、典型的なスキームで経営をしております。国際線はソウル、香港、上海、そして台北、台中の5路線のネットワークとなっております。地方空港の中でもコロナから一夜早く回復をしており、2024年度には過去最高の旅客数となりました。民営化後の取り組みとの一例としまして、株主であります三菱地所との連携としては、当社の施設、アウトレットや丸の内、東京の丸の内の商業施設などのプロモーション活動並びに3年に1回開催をされます瀬戸内国際芸術祭では丸の内でワークショップを開催して首都圏での香川県や高松市のアピールを実施をしております。また空港は装置産業でもありますので先行投資は非常に重要と考えており事務所不足の解消のため新たにオフィス等を新設合わせて駐車場スペース不足のため立体駐車場の新設をするなど事業開始からの当初からですね投資をしてまいりました。また高松空港は以前より台北との定期便で太いネットワークでつながっております。2019年4月に両エリアでの一層の交流人口の拡大を目的にこの台湾桃園国際空港様と提携協定を締結をしてより緊密な関係になっております。また現在今後増加していく国際線旅客の利便性あと快適性向上のため BBB 増設国際線待合室などの増築改修工事を現在実施をしております。こちらは2027年夏代より全面供用開始となり将来旅客数300万人を目指してまいります。次に私がおりました富士山静岡空港ですが2019年4月より民営化事業を開始をしております。富士山が一番近い空港であります。こちらは静岡県が管理する空港を民営化しており小規模な空港でありますので更新投資など一定の支援をですね静岡県から受ける混合型スキームとなっております。もともと国際線の比率が高い空港であり2019年度には過去最高の旅客数75万人を記録をしましたが東京、関西、名古屋などの大空港に挟まれている地方空港ということもありましてコロナ前までの回復が遅れているというのが現状でございます。高松空港と同様ですね先行投資や収益性向上も図っておりますが静岡空港で特色を言いますと空港会社が旅行業免許を取得しております。自ら企画をして旅行商品を地元のランドオペレーターと協力して商品化するなど観光施策にも力を入れております。その代表例商品の代表例として富士山に 一番近い地理的な有利性を生かして、富士山遊南フライトと、空港近くにある SL が走ります大井川鉄道と組み合わせたツアーを2018年から始めまして好評を得ております。強力な観光コンテンツとして地元の活性化にも貢献をしております。3つ目が2019年3月に開港しました下地島空港でございます。こちらは宮古島とつながっておりますが、台湾からも1時間半で行ける台湾からも非常に近い空港でございます。現在約50万人弱の旅行数ですが、昨年以降国際線も伸びておりまして、ソウル、香港、そして台北と3路線となっております。後でお話をいたしますが、もともと旅客便が飛んでいなかった空港のため、旅客数ゼロからのスタートでした。新たな空港ができたことで50万人の需要を生み出したことになります。事業スキームとしては、もともとパイロットの着陸訓練用に運営をされておりましたが、シミュレーターの普及などで使われなくなり、沖縄県が推進をします空港利活用事業に当社が参画をすることになり、エアサイドは沖縄県、ターミナルビルなどは三菱地所で建設から運営まで行うスキームとなっております。空港からリゾート始まるをコンセプトに非常にきれいな海に面したリゾート感満載の施設となっております。橋でつながっているため空港から約20分から30分で宮古島にもアクセスができます。その宮古島に三菱地所がローズウッドホテル、ヒルトン、キャノピーバイヒルトンの計3つのホテルを建設し、既存ホテルも買収しまして合計4つのホテルを展開をしております。空港をきっかけに三菱地所のリソースを使い地域の活性化に貢献するという意味では、この下地島空港が最も当社らしい事業展開ができているものと思っております。非常に美しいリゾート地でもありまして、富裕層の往来も見込みまして、2024年にプライベートジェットターミナルを整備をしております。ローズウッドホテルとも連携した営業活動を展開して、徐々にではありますが利用率も上がってきております。他には AI カメラを使った警備体制見直しの実証実験を行い、特に離島は人の採用が非常に困難でありますので、積極的に省人化の実現に向けて取り組んでおります。このように各空港とも民間のノウハウも生かしながら空港の運営をしておりますが、コロナ禍で大変な打撃を受け、またコロナ後もいくつかの課題を抱えております。まずは人手不足です。空港によって多少の違いはありますが、グランドハンドリング並びに保安検査の人材不足というのが大きな課題となっております。コロナ禍で離職した人材がコロナ後の航空需要の急回復に採用がついてこれず、エアラインさんの受け入れを断るケースが多く見られました。また航空燃料も今は若干沈静化はしておりますが、同様な課題が発生をしております。国もさまざまな施策は出しておりますが、特に地方ではまだまだ大きな課題として残っております。また日本の経済全般の問題ともなっておりますが、航空業界では市場環境の変化としてコロナ前後でテレワークの普及によってビジネス需要が減少し、高単価の航 顧客が減り収益性が悪化をしております。また円安ですが、インバウンド誘致にとってはメリットがありますが、輸入に頼っている航空燃料のコストがコロナ前の2倍となっており、こちらも航空会社などの収益性をさらに悪化をさせているというのが要因でございます。3つ目としてインフラによるコスト増です。工事費や管理コストが高騰、これは当社のような不動産業にとっても大きな影響を受けておりますが、空港を運営していくにもコスト増をなかなか収入に転嫁させるのが難しいというのが現状でございます。このような問題を抱えながらではありますが、今後の我々を取り巻く航空業、観光業、そして今後の空港コンセンションと当社の取り組みについて述べていきたいと思います。まずは成長性として先ほどからもお話がありますが、IATAから発表されている長期需要では2043年には2023年度比で2倍となる予測が出ております。特にアジア太平洋圏における航空市場の成長率が 5.3% と全体の 3.8% を大きく上回っております。この県内におります我々日本にとっても非常に期待ができる数字だと考えております。また海外からの訪日観光客においても国が観光立国を目指しており、2030年度には6000万人の目標を掲げております。2015年以降右肩上がりで増え、コロナで激減はしてますが、23年度より急激に回復、昨年度は3687万人と過去最高の訪日旅行者を記録しております。今年度8月までですが、昨年対比で 118% と伸ばしており、このまま推移すれば年間4020万人の達成が見込まれております。2030年の政府目標の6000万人というのが射程圏内に入ってきているのではないかというふうに考えております。こちらの表がインバウンドの消費額についてです。コロナ前も徐々に増えてきておりますが、5兆円弱を推移をしておりましたが、コロナ後については1人当たりの支出単価も上がりまして、23年度は5兆円を超え、2024年度には8兆円を超えました。右の図ですが、訪日客消費が日本の主要な輸出産業と比較しても自動車に次ぐ第2位の輸出品相当まで成長しております。今や日本を支える、そして今後も成長が見込める重要な産業まで発展をしてきているのではないかというふうに思っております。そして今後の国内空港の民営化の動きでございますが、政府としては2031年度までの10年間に10件の目標数値を掲げており、今後も積極的に民営化を進めていくという方針が出ております。すでにこれまでに3件の実績がありまして、具体的な新規案件については青字で示しております。検討開始の空港をも含めますと、静岡、新潟、小松など、あと富山などなどがございまして、不透明感はありますが、今後も民営化が推進をされていくというふうに見ております。こういう状況で三菱地所の空港事業としてまずは競争優位性という点では複数の空港運営をしている実績、アウトレットやホテルで培ったインバウンド関連事業のノウハウ、あと三菱地所グループの他の事業との協業を生かした空港が 運営ができるとの競争優位性を持っているということと、また複数の空港を運営するメリットを生かして空港間の連携による効率化、高度化を目指す。あと三菱のまちづくりのノウハウを生かした地域活性化、商業施設で培った開発運営を旅客ビルの収益向上に取り組んでいくという事業戦略を描いております。我々三菱地所の空港事業が目指す将来像ですが、空港を起点として地域の活性化をさせていく事業を展開していきたいと考えております。先ほど説明をした事業戦略をもとに空港の魅力アップにより路線利用者を増加させることでその地域を訪れる交流人口を増やしていく。また空港だけでなくそのエリアにホテルなど三菱地所の他事業のリソースを投資していくことや観光コンテンツの充実、あと情報発信にも積極的に関わり、街の魅力づくりを持続的に創出をしていく、つまり空港とともに街づくりをしていければと考えております。新規案件などを獲得しながら規模も拡大をしつつ同時に収益性の向上を図りながら日本一の空港オペレーターへと成長していきたいと考えております。そして我々の基本使命であります私たちはまちづくりを通じて社会に貢献をしますを空港から実現してまいりたいと思っております。本日の説明は以上でございます。ありがとうございました。謝謝。
Thank you, Mr. Nishimura, for the informative and inspiring presentation. Please take your seat. Thank you. Your insights have given us a deeper understanding of Mitsubishi Estates' long-term vision in airport development and how design the commercial strategy can reshape the value of airport spaces. Thank you once again. 感谢西村先生带来深入而精彩的分享，让我们看见三菱地产在机场开发与营运上的长远视野，以及如何透过空间设计与商业策略形塑机场全新的价值。接下来，我们将延续这个主题，进入今天的第一场座谈，从旅客需求与机场回应的角度，来进一步探讨航厦氛围与体验设计的创新方向。本场座谈主题为航厦氛围、旅客需求与机场回应。我们将探讨如何以创新与设计，让旅客体验更贴心、更舒适。Next, we will move on to our first panel discussion, which will be built on this theme by exploring terminal ambience, passenger requirements, and airport responses. 在座谈开始前，先向各位简单说明进行方式。首先，将由2位与谈人分别进行约20分钟的简报分享，接着由主持人会同2位与谈人进行大约10分钟的综合座谈。若时间允许，我们也将开放现场1至2个提问名额，各位可直接进行提问，现场工作人员将协助递上麦克风。Before we begin, please allow me to briefly introduce how this panel will proceed. Each of our 2 speakers will first deliver a presentation of around 20 minutes. Afterwards, the moderator will join both speakers for a 10-minute discussion. If time permits, we will open the floor for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. You're welcome to ask your questions, and our staff will assist with the microphone. 那么首先呢，让我们先邀请国际航空运输协会亚洲区咨询总顾问张连先生分享航厦氛围，让机场体验贴合旅客期望。从全球旅客需求的观点出发，了解航空的运输趋势与旅客服务的新标准。To begin, please welcome Mr. Lian Zhang, Senior Principal of IATA, to share his insights on terminal ambience, meeting passenger expectations. Welcome.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. After lunch, probably you're already a little bit sleepy, so I will try my best to keep you awake. First of all, thank you, Nishimura-san, who has already presented one of the slides, actually. Here you can see the expected passenger traffic growth between now and 2040s. So 2019, we achieved about 4 billion global passengers already. Because of COVID, everything stopped. But in 2024, that was the first year ever that we have recovered on a global basis to the 2019 levels in terms of passenger traffic. Unfortunately, Asia, we are about 6 months to 12 months behind global average. As you can see from the statistics in the morning, at Taipei, Taoyuan Airport, we only recovered to about 96%, not fully recovered yet. In addition to that, because of whatever reason, political, business, economic reason, the composition of this travel recovery is also different across the world and at different airports. But what we believe strongly is that the traffic will continue to grow. So that is definitely a very positive sign to a lot of us. So in 2041, we estimate that the global passenger traffic will double to 8 billion passengers a year. In addition to the traffic growth, passenger behavior also changing. And here you will see some findings through IATA's Global Passenger Survey. And these are the key 6 points that we have identified. The first one is digital transformation. As you can see, there are a lot of younger generations at the conference room. Everyone is using mobile phone, using digital wallet, instead of having a traditional way of traveling, purchasing tickets, etc. Secondly, is the personalized experience. So when we travel, we prefer that our travel experience is personalized. We want to be treated as an individual traveler. The third point is pricing sensitivity and transparency. As a consumer ourselves, I'm sure that everyone, when you travel, you want to see a transparent pricing structure. You don't want to see or experience any hidden cost whenever you travel with an airline or through an airport. And the fourth one is customer centric. So how to treat us as a consumer, as a passenger, when we travel with the different airlines, when we're going through airport journey, to be in the center of the entire journey. Social media and influence, there are a lot of influencers, taking pictures, videos. You must have seen these a lot. I don't know, Facebook, Instagram, but many of them are very negative. So we have to, as an airlines, airport, to consider these, how to maintain high standard, high quality service to avoid this negativity. Lastly, security and privacy concerns. Even though we are now more open to share our knowledge, data, information with the airports, with the airlines, or sometimes with immigration, there is a lot of concern from the passengers, from consumers, that our data may get leaked unintentionally. So again, this is from IATA's GPS, or Global Passenger Survey. As you can see, the trend in the past 8 to 9 years, the passenger satisfaction level is definitely going upwards. From 74% of very satisfied to somewhat satisfied to 2024, 82%. So as industry as a whole, we're definitely going to the right direction. Not sure if you can see that. What we found very interesting is that in terms of satisfaction level, The highest are with booking-related touchpoints. For example, when you go online, start to purchase air tickets, and when you make the payment, we are satisfied. But when we move to the airport, that's another story. I'm not blaming any airport operators, trust me. It's just at certain processor points, as a consumer, as a traveler, we are not very satisfied with a long waiting time, with very crowded waiting area, with a lot of unnecessary processes that we have to go through. And this is where that we are not very satisfied. So just pick several processes like baggage collection. Okay, so I'm sure that when you travel after 14, 15 hours of flight, you're so tired. After another 40 minutes waiting at immigration, you have to wait another 30 minutes to collect your baggage. So this is probably the least satisfactory point at the airport. Border control. Understandably, immigration, they have a very stringent control, but still, as a traveler, as a consumer, we have to endure that long waiting time before we enter the border. Transfer security, they also within this unsatisfactory category, alongside baggage drop-off and boarding. Okay, so I have highlighted this point with increasing dissatisfaction among travelers. So, what is the most important item to passengers? Is speed and convenience. Okay, so this is probably the main theme I'd like to highlight at this presentation. So speed, convenience remain top passenger priorities because we, as travelers, we want to see that we have less queue and less waiting at security, at border control, and also ideally, when we arrive at a new country, new city, there should be preparation prepared in advance, so we don't have to wait to get our visa arrival or wait to get the visa sticker to be attached on our passport. For baggage, we'd like to see fast delivery. Ideally, there should be tracking as well. We know exactly where our baggage are. Is it still at the departing airports, or it has arrived on the way to the baggage belt? For boarding, it should be more efficient. No buses. We prefer to be using boarding gates, rather than the shuttle bus to remote stands. And then there's also place for our carry-on baggage, especially if you experience a full flight. It's very congested on board and you have no space to put your cabin bag. For transfer, I think this, Dr. Na mentioned this, and in the morning there's also discussion about connection. At Taoyuan airports, 40% of passengers are connecting. So for connecting passengers, we would like to see less security or even no security at all. I think Dr. Lin this morning also said that he has been talking to the Canadians, American governments about one-stop security, and that's exactly to achieve this, how to avoid security at the connection point. Related to speed and convenience is efficiency. Here, according to our survey, by the way, this is 2024 survey. We have just finished our analysis for 2025. Later on, I will show you a link for you to together download the report. So according to our 2024 survey, 72% of passengers prefer 30 minutes, means from the gates of the terminal to the boarding gates. If you have no check-in baggage, 72% of passengers prefer or expecting this speed within 30 minutes from the entrance of the terminal to the boarding gate. If you have check-in baggage, 76% of passengers are expecting less than 45 minutes from the entrance to the boarding gate. And if passenger needs some aids, for example, disabled passengers, or need some support, less than 1 hour from the entrance of the terminal to the boarding gate. And that is our ordinary travelers' expectation. We're not VIPs, but this is the normal passengers' expectation when they travel through passenger terminal. To save time, passengers are willing to complete processes before airport arrival. These are some statistics we have gathered. 89% of them will be interested in trusted travel program. To whom you're not familiar with this program, this is a modified security screening process, meaning I think that there's a team or representative from the US. So in the US, there is a program where frequent travelers could register so that when they go through security check, the process of processing them will be simplified, will be more efficient. So 89% of passengers showing that they are interested in this program so that they can go through the security process as efficiently as possible. 45% of passengers would like to complete immigration procedures before arriving at the airport. And I have to say, big congratulations to the Taiwanese government. Last year when I arrived, I need to hand-fill the landing card. Now everything is digital. So that saved me a lot of time, even though I still have to queue at the airport. But that's, in terms of processing time, it's definitely improved. 86% of passengers like to obtain a visa before traveling. So I'm sure that you have been through these yourself. If there's a visa requirements, you have to go to the embassy to get a visa. If it's visa arrival, still you have to queue at the visa desk to collect your visa, stamp on your passport, and this is where we, as the travelers, want to avoid as much as possible. And 36% would like to complete check-in before arrival at the airport. I'm pretty confident that many of you at this room actually have used digital check-in using your e-boarding pass to board if you don't have a check-in luggage. The other trend is the rise of biometric journey. So 46% of passengers used biometric at the airport. Biometric here refers to facial recognition or fingerprints when you do your check-in, security, or immigration process. 84% are very or somewhat satisfied about the use of biometric. There is still 16% that is not very satisfied because of the fail rates or whatever reason. Although there are 73% of passengers willing to use biometric data, either your facial feature or fingerprints, there are more than half of these passengers showing concerns about data privacy. And this is one area that many airports, airlines, CAA, Immigration Bureau are paying attention to, on how to protect passengers' data as much as possible, and then to remove that concern out of a passenger when they travel. Coming back to Asia Pacific, Asian passengers are the most price conscious when choosing their departure airports. Okay? And then they are leading in the use of biometric technology, mobile apps, and digital wallets when they travel. We in Asia are really leading the way compared to other regions. Unfortunately, for Asian travelers, there is still complex visa requirements for us to travel. Dr. Na also mentioned these as Thai national. Quite often they require visa when they visit other countries. So these are the challenges or features that Asian passengers are facing, or airlines, airports in Asia will have to deal with. Younger generations, especially for people under 25 years old, are more willing to use technology to improve their travel experience. Here is an interesting comparison between people below 25 years old and average views in terms of use of biometric, use of digital wallet, and also when they use the digital technology for payment, for processing at the airports during their airport journey. So I have 2 minutes left. These are the strategic recommendations for airports, because this is corresponding to the entire theme of this event. The first one is to invest in biometric infrastructure. We are now building T3 at Taoyuan airports. But when you implement or when you invest in biometric infrastructure, you need to have that strong privacy safeguards and protection. This is to balance the efficiency, technology with privacy and data protection. Secondly, accelerate digital transformation, leveraging apps, e-wallets, smart signs to navigate passengers using their personalized equipment, mobile phone, etc., rather than implementing expensive, fixed technology facilities at the airport. Thirdly, design for flow and flexibility to make it modular. Because we will never be able to predict what's going to happen in the future. I think we had an interesting discussion with Mr. Fan last night. When we plans for London Heathrow Airport, by the way, I worked at Heathrow Airport before, we never predicted that British Midland Airlines went bankruptcy. Overnight, these airlines was acquired by British Airways, and the alliance status changed from Star Alliance to One World. And that gave us a lot of problem when we plan for airports. Therefore, having the space, having the infrastructure and space as modular as possible, as flexible as possible, is the key for future airports planning and design. The fourth point is engage younger travelers with technology in mind, from digital signage to app-based wayfinding to contactless service. And lastly, to evolve into digitally immersive spaces, leveraging on smart kiosks, AR navigation, and personalized experience. to stimulate, to help passenger going through the airports with ease and with a better experience. Like I said, all these findings are from IATA's Global Passenger Survey 2024. I have to say that I haven't got time to update these survey results. Actually, the 2025 results was released literally yesterday. I encourage everyone to take a look, to look at the highlights. The trend is consistent. I had a quick look yesterday. So in terms of using mobile technology, is picking up. So this is one thing that everyone should be paying attention to. That's it. Thank you very much. I'm open to hear your questions later. Thank you.
非常感谢张总顾问精彩的分享，请回座，谢谢您。在了解旅客需求之后，我们也将从实际营运的角度出发，看看机场与商务伙伴如何将这些需求转化为具体的行动。Having explored passenger expectations from a global perspective, we now turn to the operational side, how airports and their partners can translate these expectations into tangible experiences. 接着，让我们邀请环亚贵宾室集团商务总监 Jonathan Song 分享机场如何透过贴心服务与创新商业模式来打造全新的旅客休憩体验。Next, please welcome Mr. Jonathan Song, Chief Commercial Officer of Plaza Premium Group, to discuss how airports can redefine hospitality through personalized service and innovative business models. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to say thank you very much to Taoyuan International Airport for their gracious hospitality and this wonderful conference. I'm very fortunate to be able to speak in front of all of you to share across some insights that we have about airport hospitality. Earlier on, just now, we were more talking about a lot about processes and about infrastructure. But I want to turn a little bit of a different page and talk more about hospitality. So without further ado, I'll start off first. So the title of this is The Future of Hospitality in the Airport Universe. So I'll go on to the next page first, which is here. So just want to give some brief introduction of who PPG is first, just to set up the scene and context. So Plaza Premium Group is an airport hospitality company. We operate in over 600 plus airports with our partners as well, and also we serve over 25 million passengers. So what do? We do different business verticals. We do airport lounges, we do airport hotels, we do airport F&B dining services, and we also do airport concierge services. So all encompassing, this is what we define as airport hospitality. And certainly you'll see that we have different brands and different services. And you might be asking, wow, Jonathan, why do you have so many different brands out there? Why, airport lounge is an airport lounge. It's so simple. Why you have to have 10 brands? And I'll explain later on. It's all about we cannot treat everyone the same. Everyone is a different kind of profile. And of course, we also take care of all our business partners. So we have business partners that we take care of from the airlines, the banks, the corporates, the travel trade, and many more. So I'll just move on from here. So just giving you the highlight in terms of the number of locations that we operate, which I highlighted on just now. So moving on here, so I'm very excited because this is a topic very dear to my heart. It's actually a perfect topic actually here because in Taoyuan International Airport, it is a major transit hub. And I think what's important to highlight is in order to do a major transit hub, I personally believe that, yes, you need to have strong airlines and a strong infrastructure to be a major transit hub. Strong connectivity, a strong flagship carrier, so on and so forth. But there's another aspect of it is you need to make sure that you have good experiences in a major transit hub. Why do I say that? So it's very simple. I use another example. If you fly from, let's say, London all the way to Sydney. How many ways are there to get to London to Sydney? I guarantee you there are easily 15 different airlines that fly from London to Sydney, either all transiting. They can transit through, they can go from London to Bangkok to Sydney, London, Singapore, Sydney, London, Hong Kong, Sydney, London, Dubai, Sydney, you name it. There's so many different ways. So there are a lot of people are choosing their there are a lot of competition when it comes to the transit hub. So what makes it different when it comes to a transit hub experience? So people actually can not only look at connectivity, pricing of the airline ticket, but they also look at the hospitality experience of that respective airport. So what I'd like to highlight here for the later half of the presentation is that in order to have a good transit airport, you need to have good transit facilities and services. Yeah. So this is just the backbone of some of the airport hospitality services that I wanted to highlight. Of course, there's your airport lounges. There is your travel retail. Of course, there's the airport hotels, and then there's the F&B outlets. These are just some of the backbones of a lot of major transit hubs will have similar services out there. But actually, as we keep evolving, many of these airport transit hubs are now upping their game. They've realized that actually, it's a very competitive space. We need to do more because there might be different profiles of passengers. So I'll give you an example. There are gyms. In fact, there's a swimming pool. So if you go to Singapore Changi Airport, if you're transiting from Australia, Singapore, then to London, there's the overnight passengers who stay overnight. They arrive late in the evening, and then their next flight over to London is in the morning. So what do? They want to go and enjoy a swimming pool, a bar, as well as a hotel inside the airside. So we're catering for different needs and not doing a one-size-fits-all. There's spas, kid zones, gardens, cinemas. So essentially what the message is that everyone is upping their game. Everyone is trying to look for new niches and needs to be able to go into this. So why is this important in the grand scheme of things? Well, we all know from ACI's report they always share together with us is a happy customer is a spending customer. And a spending customer means stronger non-aeronautical revenue. So the equation is very simple. 1 + 2 = 3. It's as simple as that. And what's important is if you're going to choose a specific transit hub, let's say if it's Taoyuan, let's say it's Hong Kong or Singapore as a transit hub, you choose that because it has good facilities and services that make you feel good, happy, convenient for your specific need. So I'm just highlighting here, I mean, a lot of our previous speakers already highlighted on the strength of the Asia-Pacific market, of how strong the passenger traffic is, as well as the importance of non-aeronautical revenue. In fact, for many airports, non-aeronautical revenue represents almost 50% already of the overall revenue scheme. So it's very important, and it needs to be something that has a strong emphasis. So I want to introduce a principle here now, which is very important. The principle here is what we realize as PPG, Plaza Premium Group, is that there is a need to do segmentation, personalization. So what has happened in the past is that everyone has been doing what we call a one-size-fits-all approach. We treat everyone the same. I know, regardless if they fly from long haul, short haul, different nationalities, different demographics, they are the middle class, upper middle class, we give them the same product. We expect everyone will love a McDonald's, and that's all we're gonna put inside the airport. That's all they're gonna like. But that's definitely not true. Everyone is very diverse, very sophisticated. So we need to make sure in an airport that we're catering for the different tiers of services, different tiers of customer base with different tiers of services and facilities. So riding on that same principle, this is exactly what PPG did, Plaza Premium Group did when we developed our airport hospitality services. So we have four brands that I wanted to highlight together with you. But I'm just riding on that same principle of segmentation, which is important. So the first brand that we have is Plaza Premium Lounge. Plaza Premium Lounge, by the way, I need to make a quick note that we're very proud partners with Taoyuan International Airport. We've been operating in Taoyuan International Airport for 9 years with for our Plaza Premium Lounge. So thank you so much once again with our partnership with Taoyuan. But sorry, going back to the main case with Plaza Premium Lounge, it is a common use airport lounge. Regardless of your airline, regardless of your class of travel, anyone can use it. So it was the democratization of airport lounges. Before, in the past, long time ago, let's say 28 years ago, whenever we think about airport lounges, we think that, oh, only first class or business class people can enter lounges. So, of course, my father, the founder of the company, Mr. Song Hoi-si, said, wait a minute, if you look into a full board of the plane, 20% is first class, business class, but the remaining 80% is economy class. There's bound to be that within that 80%, some people who are willing to pay for certain services, and that's exactly why we created the Plaza Premium Lounge brand. Now, fast forward over 28 years, it is a very important product to have, because I think what's important is that it's a neutral player, because whenever any airlines can fly in, especially if the airline is not affiliated with the flagship carrier or their economy class passengers, they have means and ways to be able to enter into this facility. So that's with the Plaza Premium Lounge. Now, over the past few years, we then just said, wait a minute, you know, we not only need to look at the people who are in the budget or economy traveler, we also need to focus on people who are the affluent traveler. You know, some people who have they have some money, they have some wealth, but they don't want to line up together to enter into the lounge at the Plaza Premium Lounge. They don't want to be sitting next door to so many people with a crying baby next door to them. So that's why we created a brand called Plaza Premium First. So Plaza Premium First was specifically built to segment more for our more premium high-end passenger base. So think about it this way. If an airline has a lounge, airlines have lounges for first class. Airlines have lounges for business class lounges. Why can't an independent airport lounge also do the same thing to segment our different tiers of customers? So that's the reason why we did a Plaza Premium First. So of course, many of the airline customers, a lot of the non-flagship carrier airlines will use our services because of the quality, the privacy, and the convenience inside this facility. You will get a la carte dining, you will get massage and spa services, you have an elevated F&B offering. So all this is very important over here. So that's the reason why they develop onto that. So that's a segment of affluent travelers. Then of course there's our Always services. Always is a meet and greet service. So what is the point and use of a meet and greet service? Imagine you are a first-time traveler or you are a VIP. You don't want, right, earlier on just now in some of the presentations, they talked about going through the processes of immigration or security sometimes is such a big hassle. They want someone to take care of them. So what we've done is that working together with our airport partners and working with other concession partners, we developed a meet and greet service program where we take care of the passenger from end to end, all the way from curb to gate, going through fast-track security, fast-track immigration, going over into the lounges, and then going to the gate, and vice versa, departure, arrival, and transit. And in fact, these are services that people are willing to pay for. They really want to feel like a VIP. So it's not only for VIPs, it's not only for diplomats, celebrities, but also even first-time travelers. We essentially opened that up over to the market for people to use as well. So it's a very important service that if made available. And finally, like the other service that I wanted to highlight is Aerotel. Aerotel is quite important, which I think may be relevant over, for example, a transit hub such as Taoyuan International Airport. Example, we have an Aerotel product, airport hotel product in London Heathrow. There's a lot of, think of it this way. Typically, when you think of an airport, when you think of a hotel, your typical check-in time is 2 p.m. Your typical checkout time is 10 a.m. If you arrive in the airline, you arrive 6 a.m. in the morning, what do? You just got off a red-eye flight. Your downtown hotel is not ready. You just got off a 9-hour flight. You're dirty, you're smelly, you're tired, you want to refresh, but there's no hotel readily available for you. So this is exactly what we did, is that what we created was what we called an in-terminal airport hotel. specifically at blocks of hours. So we only charge for 6 hours, for example. So imagine someone comes into London Heathrow at 6 a.m. They can freshen up, they can shower, they can rest, all the way until they're ready, and then they can go downtown to the hotel to check in. Vice versa, on the other hand, an aerotel in the post security, a transit hub. Imagine if you have a transit hub that a majority of your flights coming into your transit hub is at the evening, and then your next flight is in the morning. What do you do between that 6 to 7 hours? You cannot sit in the lounge for 7 hours. I've done it before. I'm sure we've all done it, and it's very painful. So that's why it's actually important to develop an in-terminal transit hotel concept. So that's what we've done as well. So essentially what you can see is that we create different tiers of products for a different product mix for different customer segment base, which is important to highlight here. Oh, just going on. And of course, ultimately, this is the ultimate goal. If we can achieve it, this is the ultimate objective. The ultimate objective is to create a seamless journey within the whole airport hospitality journey, from departure to transit arrival. Imagine if we are able, I'm using this as an example because maybe from the perspective of Taoyuan Airport, you are a major transit hub. Imagine someone from North America. North America is departing from Canada, from Vancouver, Toronto, or even New York, where we operate. They have their airport limousine transfer. They get check-in assistance with the meet and greet. They go through fast-track immigration. They go to the lounge, and they get buggied over to their gate. Hey, but the service does not stop there. When you transit, then let's say in Taoyuan International Airport, there's someone waiting for you. There's someone that will take you over to, let's say, an in-terminal airport hotel or a lounge if need be, and then for your short stay, maybe your dwell time in the airport might only be 3 hours, or it might be even sometimes 9 hours, 6 hours. We can take care of you from there. And then when you leave from Taoyuan Airport, going to, let's say, Southeast Asia, somewhere in Singapore or Malaysia, then that same experience can be done for you. So that's the real aim of what we're looking to do, is to really create a seamless end-to-end hospitality journey. So this is all that we've done. It's great. As PPG, we've done this already. We've already had all those operations across North America. We have operations within, let's say, in Taoyuan and Taipei. We have operations in Southeast Asia. But is that it? No, that's not it. And this is something that Mac from OAG just highlighted. So what's the problem right now? The services exist, but the problem is that the digital enablement does not exist currently today. The problem is all those services is all fragmented right now. So let's say booking an airport lounge or booking a car park in Canada, and then booking a car park in, let's say, in Singapore, or a meet and greet, you have to call 5 different suppliers in order to connect the dots. So this is all very fragmented. So with fragmented services, will give a fragmented experience, and also poor ASQ levels. So what do we need to do? So we already envision a day where, as from a technology perspective, you need to be able to remove the fragmentation and really put, just like an Amazon suite of services, put all those suite of different ground services all under one basket, where different airports can cooperate with one another and be able to connect the dots to really deliver upon the seamless journey. So imagine if you book through an airline website or an online travel agency, you book your ticket, but when you book your ticket going from Canada to Malaysia, on the way via through Taiwan, you already can book the flight ticket, you can book for the car park, you can book for the lounges, you can book for the limousine services in all the different points from origin, transit, destination. Imagine that day. And I think that's a great area for cooperation, but more importantly, a great area for higher ASQ levels, as well as higher non-aeronautical revenue opportunities. So, of course, from a passenger's perspective, this is great. They get seamless service. From the airport's perspective, they get visibility of the data points from origin, transit, destination. But importantly, they have a consolidated set of data where they can really have a full oversight and insight of the passenger respectively. So that's something that we've already done, actually, in fact, from PPG perspective. And so as Plaza Premium Group, we've already actually started off this journey to connect all the lounges, to connect all the airport meet and greet services, to combine them together from the origin, transit, and the destination. But it doesn't stop there. We are actually then working alongside with our airport partners to facilitate talking to car park operators. We're talking to duty-free operators. So there's an opportunity where all of us can work in partnership to work together to really give a seamless end-to-end ecosystem where we all benefit with happy customers, with happy experiences, and higher non-aeronautical revenue. So this is just the kind of platform that we're kind of talking about. So I wanted to highlight that this is what we see certainly into the future. And as we continue growing, this is where we believe that the industry will be moving towards to. So definitely, with all your support, I think we'll be getting there. And I'll just stop right there. And if there are questions, we'll talk on to the later on. But but one last thing, I want to end with a concluding statement. The concluding statement is, after I showed all the presentation, the key point is, airports are no longer just not just airport locations, not just for transportation. They are experience hubs. So it's very important for us to really do all our part to make it into an experience hub. At the same time, it's very important as within airports that we need to make sure that we do not do a one-size-fits-all approach. We need to be able to give different kind of products and services for different tiers of customers, which is very important here. And then, of course, finally, I want to highlight that it's important that we also create a seamless service, both on the physical stage as well as the digital stage. And the moment that we can do that, we can enable a lot of endless possibilities for the customer. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much, and thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Song, for your amazing presentation. Please take your seat. Thank you. So thank you to Mr. Lian Zhang and Mr. Song for both of your inspiring and insightful presentations. Your perspectives have shown us how airports can combine innovation and service to create a more human-centered travel experience. 感谢张连先生与 Jonathan 先生的精彩分享，让我们从不同角度看见机场如何以创新与服务打造更贴心的旅客体验。那么接下来我们将进行综合座谈，稍后3位贵宾将以对谈的形式延续刚才的议题，进一步分享机场在旅客服务与空间设计上的经验与观点。We will now move on to the panel discussion, in which 3 guests will soon join us for an engaging conversation that continues today's theme, exploring how thoughtful design and service can improve the overall passenger experience. 那么接下来就让我们用热情的掌声来邀请本场座谈主持人桃园国际机场公司副总经理暨永续长于崇礼先生上台，与2位讲者进行综合座谈。Now please join me in welcoming the moderator of this session, Mr. Chongli Yu, Senior Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer of Taoyuan International Airport Corporation, to lead the panel discussion with our 2 distinguished speakers. 同时也欢迎张联咨询总顾问上台 and welcome Mr. Jonathan Song to the stage. Welcome both of our speakers to the stage. 那么接下来就将时间交给我们台上主持人，有请。
Okay, thank you everyone. So let me explain in advance. On your agenda, the moderator for this panel should be Mr. Fan, but he is so busy for the grand open of our new concourse, the part of Terminal 3. So unfortunately, your best choice is me, right, so far. So since I know your Mandarin is so fluent, so if you don't mind, let me take advantage of here. So I will moderate this in Mandarin for the rest. 好，因为2位的中文都非常好，所以我就用中文来询问哦。但是回答部分，你们可以用英文，好，用中文也可以，哈，这样。好，谢谢。感谢2位今天精彩的分享。那一位分享了有关我们怎么样打造一个良好的机场给旅客，那另外一位是针对有关商业设施的服务面来做分享。那因为你们也知道，桃园机场即将迎来第3航厦，所以我今天想请2位先卸下专业顾问的角色。假设你是一位旅客， 在你的同样的分享的内容上面，你对于桃园机场 Terminal 3的期待是什么？它会是一个多无缝接轨、多智慧化？那另外，Jonathan 这边希望你能够帮我们分享一下，在商业设施，不管是 lounge， 不管是duty free 或者是 food and beverage 的部分，你期待在桃园机场的 Terminal 3受到什么样的服务？那是不是先请张连？谢谢。
那我也用中文回答您的问题，于总。我只是就像您讲到的，可能把我航协的这个 title 放在一边呢。作为一个普通的traveler 这个角度呢，其实因为我出差比较多，每个月可能有一半的时间在外面出差。那么我最关注的就是，这个在机场这个候机楼里面，怎么样能够迅速的能够从候机楼的进入候机楼一直到登机口，这个是我最关注的。这可能是从这个一个商业的商务的这个旅行者的这个角度，那么从第三候机楼规划这个角度呢？我觉得有另外一个考量，就是说，如果我要从新加坡，比如从新加坡到台北转机，去北美的话，您这边有很大量的北美的转机，那么怎么样能够尽量的避免在中转的时候有过长的时间，不管是在第三候机楼里面内部中转，还是要去通过第一或者第二候机楼，这是我的个人的看法。谢谢于总。
大家好，那我其实我会用英语去回答的，但是因为我的国语是比较普普通通的，所以不好意思大家。So thank you very much for that question. I think what's important from a customer experience perspective, I would outline it from the 3 points where, early on, even Mac actually in his presentation, OAG highlighted, there's 3 parts: process, the retail, and the hospitality. So from the process perspective, of course, we would expect that, security, security is seamless. Everything's digitalization. I don't need to be taking out a boarding pass anymore. Short waiting times across the security, that'll be great. But more focusing on the retail, I think what's important here is it's the 2 parts. One part is localization. I'm sure everyone has been to so many airports, and when you go into that airport, you don't really feel that you're in that country. You feel like, oh, it might be any airport out there. So I think it's very important to ensure that we put some hints of localization. So, of course, with such a beautiful culture, arts, culture, food scene in Taiwan and Taipei, it's so important that within Terminal 3 that we can fully integrate this inside the whole terminal design, as well as the concessions and as well as its offerings, which is quite key. The other one, of course, is at the same time, you have to balance international offerings. My understanding from what we earlier talked together with Taoyuan International Airport, Terminal 3 will have a lot of the transit traffic may be coming from North America to Southeast Asia. It may be, given that the fact, we may need to make sure that we have also offerings which are North America centric as well as Southeast Asia centric, that people also feel at ease as well. So they want to make sure that they have offerings that are made well for them. And then, of course, other than that, from a hospitality perspective, naturally, we hopefully wish that Plaza Premium Group can also be into Terminal 3 as well. Right now, of course, we love to extend our services. But if we had a choice, definitely with Terminal 3, we'd definitely want to work in conjunction together with the different airline lounges, with the flagship airline lounges from the different Taiwanese carriers. We would also want to develop our own lounge. And I think it's very important to have your own lounge and create it big and modular, because you never know what will happen in the future. Earlier on, just now, you mentioned the example of in London, Heathrow, suddenly British Airways went from Star Alliance to become One World. So suddenly your whole connectivity, everything changes. Your whole demographic changes. So it's important to create a larger zone where neutral players such as Plaza Premium Lounge, we can make a lot of sudden changes respectively, and then we can adapt for the local environment. Of course, making sure that you have meet and greet services, fast track services, seamless fast track services available. If you have a lot of overnight transit passengers inside your terminal, overnight meaning that they land at 11 p.m. and they fly out maybe 7 a.m. If you have that, having an in-terminal transit hotel or sleeping pods for that matter is something that's very helpful and useful. And then of course, I'd like to also highlight it's important to have a digital ecosystem where we can work together with all different concession partners, be it from F&B to duty-free to car park, to all blend this all together. Sorry, I'm getting a little long answer, so I hope you don't mind. But I want to add one more point, which I think is something which was mentioned earlier on in the earlier presentations. There usually is a conflict. People always mention that, hey, if there are too many airport lounges, the travel retail will be affected. That's what the common message that I'm always hearing and we're always hearing. And actually, it's a yes and no. And I think we need to adapt for the future. Martin Moody from the Moody's Davitt report always talks about what we call Trinity. And I think it's important that we need to embrace the concept of Trinity. So that's why I wanted to highlight what's stopping us. I'm just giving you a perspective. What's stopping us from actually developing a brand retail concept inside a lounge? Nothing's stopping us from doing it. If I can create a Macallan whiskey bar inside the lounge. You enjoy it through the lounge. Oh, you want to buy it? We order it through a QR code and then have the duty-free operator deliver it. All this can be done. So it's important that we embrace the new age of thought. Let's not be isolated inside our mini verticals. We need to be able to blend and be very flexible. And that's how I see the future of, hopefully the future as well in the Terminal 3. So long, short answer. Thank you.
谢谢 ，Thank you very much。请问一下，在场有没有任何来宾想要对两位提问的？好，有一位，我们的前总经理蛋总。
三位好。那今天听了这些演讲之后，我想有一个，我其实也一直很想知道这个问题啊。不管是桃园机场，或是任何一个具规模的国际机场。它的主要的旅客形式，我把它区分成本国和外国，当然这是一定的。那另外呢，它的特质呢，我把它分成旅游，或者是商务，或者是转机。那其实不管对哪一种旅客来讲，他的需求，也就是说他想要的服务项目会是不一样。我想是不是请两位这个从您的观点来告诉我们一下。在您的认为，机场里面贵宾室和商业服务如何去做一个比较平衡的配置，会能够对于本国籍、外国籍、对于旅游、对于商务，甚至于对于转机的旅客，都能够比较平衡？谢谢。
那是不是我们先请江大神好了，因为
我再用英语可以回答吧，不好意思，我等一会儿可以翻译的，但I completely agree together with you. I think what's important is to be able in the airports of the future. They have to be adaptable, to be flexible, to cater towards the different demographics of passengers. They can be business, they can be leisure, they can be international, they can be domestic, they can be different generations, Gen Y, Z, Alpha, Beta, you name it. So it's important to create a wide scope of services that will be able to cater towards different areas. I mean, personally for myself, for ourselves, in the lounge business, that's what we purposely do. We create different zones. For example, we have kids zones for the family passengers. Oh, we have then business zones for the business travelers who are just flying separately by themselves. Or if for those who are Gen Z, I think, Gen Z, Gen Alpha. Oh, you know what? We have a health and wellness zone, so they can do more yoga, health and wellness. They're more focused on mind and wellness kind of things. So we have to be able to adapt accordingly. So this is the importance of flexibility, to be able to cater towards the different, wider ecosystem altogether. Thank you.
I will add on top of Jonathan's points. He's more coming from supply perspective. But as an airport operator, another angle is how to analyze your demand. So it says very rightly. How do you know what type of passengers traveling through my airport? You said that a mixture of business travelers, leisure travelers with families, all of that. What's the proportion of these passengers? Once you establish that insight, it will be easier for you to do the plan, including facility planning, service offering, all of that. So this is more maybe from two angles. One is demand, customer insights, customer profile, and also supply.
好，谢谢。那请问还有没有？我们应该还有一点时间可以开放一个问题。那如果没有的话，我这边自己 for 张连有一个想请教的是，刚刚在你的简报里面有提到一个，我们针对25岁以下的年轻旅客有特别去做调查。那我想在场可能没有25岁以下的 audience 但是这些群众我们称之为所谓的 digital native， 就是数位原生的小朋友未来会是机场的主流。所以针对这样子的客群，你认为在新的机场上面有什么需要重新设计，或者是要重新考虑？这特别针对这些未来的主流的数位原生的旅客们。
谢谢于总您的问题，我对这新生代也不是很了解啊，但是我有一点特别同意您的，就是说现在25岁以下的这些 traveler 呢，实际上在未来的5到10年里面，会是整个全球旅行的主力军。那么他们的需求、他们的目标、他们的这个期待值和咱们这一代是完全不一样的。那么怎么样去了解他们的需求呢？我不是为航协做广告啊，大家可以看一下这个航协的这个 GPS 或者 Global Passenger Survey， 去真正了解，因为这个 survey 其实涵盖面很广，它涵盖大概200多个国家，然后有超过1万个旅客的这个调查，但它很有代表性的。那么对于这个新生代的这个旅客，他们的需求到底有多大？那么现在有一个很强的趋势，就像刚才我讲到的，对于这个25岁以下的旅客，他们对手持devices 的这个需求很强，包括 apps 的使用，包括怎么样用社交媒体来体现自己的这个观点等等。我觉得这一块可能是咱们可能要做更多的研究了。现在预测的话不太好预测。
Well, luckily I'm 25 years old, so it's okay. no, 开玩笑，I'm not there, almost. No, I think what's important here is, I think first of all, I just highlighted earlier just now. I would say like those who are the younger. I'll just speak on the younger generation, not 25 years old and below. But I say it's very important that people are more digital native. They want to have things to be in control of their destiny. They want to be able to have all the convenience. They are a generation of convenience. Like they don't want to read a book and read for like 100 pages, then only to find out the answer. They want the answer immediately. So you need to make sure that you have great convenience. So what I earlier on just said is that the future of having the ecosystem and Amazon of all the services which are within the airport readily available, and of course using data. Big data, using AI, be able to push relevant services for the relevant person at the right time and right place. I think that's what's going to be moving forward into the future. And then there was a discussion, I think it was mentioned earlier on, like, there are some locations where I believe the retail is not doing very well, duty-free in some locations. I think earlier on it was mentioned in some airports. And this is maybe not to one specific airport, but sometimes, to be very honest, as a younger generation, you just show me Chanel, Fendi, Prada, and they're great brands, don't get me wrong, but this is not necessarily what people are all looking
for it right now. Maybe they can spend, but they don't want to be seeing ultra luxury. They want to maybe see more quiet luxury or more outdoor gear. They want to see more Patagonia, Lululemon. They want to see La Bubu, Pop Mart. They want to be. You have to be culturally relevant. If you don't, you are going to fall behind. So we have to move away from that. We have to be flexible to adapt for the different ages and the generations as we develop our product mix and concession mix inside in the respective airport. Yeah.
Yu Zhong, just to add one more point, maybe this applies to all generations. So according to IATA's survey, there are 3 C's that airport operators and industry stakeholders need to consider. The first one is convenience, like Jonathan said, how to speed up my process, how to make my journey more convenient. Control. I don't want to be told what to do. And then I need to control my own journey. This is the freedom. And lastly is confidence. So how confident I am, especially as a traveler, when I travel abroad into a very strange, very different airports, where I'm still very confident to control my own journey and travel conveniently.
好，谢谢。那我们这个 panel 其实有一点点超时了哦，那我们是不是用最热烈的掌声，谢谢我们2位 speaker， 谢谢。
非常感谢3位贵宾带来精彩又深刻的分享。Thank you to our 3 distinguished guests for their insightful and inspiring discussion. Thank you. 各位贵宾，接下来将进行10分钟的茶叙时间。下一场座谈将于我们3点55分准时继续，敬请各位贵宾准时回到我们活动会场，谢谢。Our next session will resume promptly at 3:55 p.m. and we look forward to seeing everyone back in the hall on time. Thank you very much. 大家好，我们下一场的座谈马上要开始了，欢迎大家可以带着您的茶点入座享用，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel session is about to begin. Welcome to take your refreshments through your seats. Please take your seat promptly. Thank you for your cooperation.欢迎各位贵宾回到我们第二场座谈的现场。本场主题为航网连结与全球经济，将探讨航网发展如何促进国际交流与经济成长。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second panel session of our forum. In this session, we'll focus on route connectivity and the global economy, exploring how route development fosters international exchange and economic growth. 很荣幸邀请到日本航空台湾分公司总经理福田和摩先生来分享促进日台交流人口的永续成长。Let's welcome Mr. Kazuma Fukuda, Vice President and Regional Manager of JAL Taiwan Branch Office, to present the sustainable expanding of the exchange population between Japan and Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
はい、にはお、大家好。日本語でやらせていただきます。ただいまご紹介いただきました日本航空台湾支店長の福田と申します。本日はこのような貴重な機会をですね与えていただきまして大変光栄に存じます。主催者であります東園国際空港の皆様をはじめとする関係者の皆様の絶大なるサポートをいただきまして厚く御礼を申し上げたいと思います。 さて、私のセッションはですね、主に、日本で、今生じているこの3つの課題を中心にですね、お話を申し上げて、一番最後にまた桃園空港あるいはその台湾が、同じような環境にあるのではないだろうかということで、その日本で今取り組みを進めている内容についてですね、少しでも参考にしていただければと思いまして、今回のプレゼンテーションを作っております。でまず1つ目の課題はですね、皆さんご存知の通り、極めてこの日体のこの交流人口がアンバランスが生じていると、これが1つ目の課題で、2つ目の課題についてはですね、日本の人口減少が著しいということと、そのことによるその地方の過疎化がスタートしているというような、ここについての話で、3点目については、その人口減少にもちょっと関わりますけれども、空港のグランドハンドリングのその作業者がですね、不足をしているという、こういったような課題に対してということで、先ほど三菱地所の西村様が、同じような話もされ少し重複するかもしれませんけれども、最後までご清聴いただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いしたいというふうに思います。はい、それではまず1つ目の課題、日体間の交流人口の過剰なアンバランスということでございます。これはですね、日本のインバウンドの状況を図示しています。ちょっと細かくて見にくいですが、左側の図ですね、2003年から一番右が2025年、これ2025年は1月から6月ですから、半年分ということですから、大体年間でするとこれ倍に伸ばすとですね、先ほど西村さんもおっしゃってましたが、4000万人を今年はようやく超えるかなというような状況ですが、申し上げたいのはですね、2016年ぐらいですね、ちょうど2500万人に近いところで、当時の安倍首相がですね、我が国は観光の後進国であると、2000万人も来てるんだから先進国だというふうに捉えてもいいかもしれませんけれども、やはりここは後進国だというふうに捉え直して、で、その新しい指標を作ってですね、さらなるその観光を伸ばしていくということを申し上げています。で観光について、観光産業というものをですね捉え直したときに、先ほどございましたけど、まず自動車産業に次ぐ輸出産業として捉えていこうと、それからもう一つ、観光というものを地方創生のこの切り札にをしていくと、この2つのビジョンを掲げて、国の政策として今まで取り組みを進めてきています。でその当時目標値として設定されました外国人旅行者数とですね、それから消費額については右下のボックスの通りに記載している通りで、2030年インバウンドビジターは6000万人、それからインバウンドスペンディングについてはジャパニーズ円で15兆円というところを目標に今進めているところでございます。でただ2024年のじゃあ実績はどうであったかと申し上げますと、外国人外国人のビジターはですね3680万人ということで、16年当時に掲げた2020年の4000万人には届いておりませんが、消費額については2024年ようやく8兆円を超えまして、コロナの影響がございましたので、その影響を乗り越えてなんとか2020年目標を達成したという状況になっております。で2024年のですね、日本の輸出額の総額っていうのは107兆円でした。それでうち自動車はですね、自動車産業最大の輸出産業ですけども20兆円ということでございまして、その中で8兆円のですね外国人からの外貨を稼いでいるという意味においては、非常に観光産業というものがですね日本の国内において高まりを受けているというような状況でして、さらなるその観光産業によるその外貨獲得というのを進めていくというところを現在の政府は取り組みを進めているところでございます。 今度は日本のこのアウトバウンドですね、日本から外に出ていくアウトバウンドの状況をご覧いただくんですが、これ左また2003年ですね、もう2003年4年ぐらいで1600万人出ておりますけれども、ずっとほぼ横ばいで、この四半世紀にわたってですね、2000万人をギリギリ超えなかった、もう本当に横ばいの状況で、外に出ていく人が本当に少ないという、こういう状況になっています。で今コロナ禍以降、パスポート保有率もですね 17% です。台湾の皆様は 60% を超えてますから、極めて少ない保有率。でこれ単に今、為替ですね、ちょうど台湾ドルと日本の関係は今、5円ぐらいということになりますけれども、為替の影響というよりも、むしろ、ちょっと古い話をすると、日本って200年以上ですね、江戸時代で鎖国をしていましたし、島国でもあって、安心して暮らせるということとか、あるいはその言葉の壁ですね。言葉の壁ということで、私も含めてその英語あるいはその中国語を話せますかというとなかなか話せないということで、冒険心がなかなか芽生えにくくなっているということと、あるいはそのパンデミックで今世界各地で生じていることだとか、あるいは紛争が世界各地で生じているようなね状況で、日本にいると安心だけど世界に行くとちょっと危険だよねと、そういったような発想が心の中にいて、日本の中でとどまっているのかもしれないというふうに考えています。ちなみにじゃあ日本の中で日本人はどれだけ動いてますかというのはですね、ちょっとここには記載がないんですが、2024年で日本人はですね5億4000万人が国内旅行をしています。で消費額は25兆円ですから、先ほど外国人が8兆円使っていただいているということをすると、外国人の3倍ぐらいの金額を日本人は国内で使っています。ちょうど今朝方ですね、私台北国際旅行博のオープニングセレモニーで頼総統がですね来賓でいらして、2024年の台湾の国内旅行者の数は2億2000万人、それから消費額は8000億台湾ドルですね。ですから日本円では4兆円というふうにおっしゃっていましたから、ちょっと台湾と日本の人数、人口の比率を考えると、台湾の方々の方がやはり行動力があってですね、それから旅行に出かけるのが本当に好きな方が多いなということを改めて実感をしています。でちょっと日本のインバウンド、アウトバウンドの話を戻しますとですね、台湾を訪れる日本人は、ちょっとこのグラフは見にくいんですが、これ一番下の青色が台湾に来る日本人なんですけども、グラフをご覧いただくとですね、韓国が1位、米国が2位で3位が台湾ということで、これはもうこの10年間この傾向変わってなくて、台湾はですね日本人にとっては非常に人気の訪問先であることは間違いございません。一方で日本を訪れる台湾人はですね、これ右の方の青いところをご覧いただいて、特に2024年ご覧いただくと、もうご承知の通り604万人も日本にお越しいただいたと。でしかもですね、これは2025年の6月までですけども、最近のデータだと2025年の9月までのデータだと、もうすでに500万人の方、台湾の方が日本に来てますから、昨年の604万人をですね、あと3ヶ月ですからね、おそらく軽く抜き去ってですね、もう650とか、あるいは場合によっては700万人ぐらいいらっしゃるのかなということで、本当に日本と台湾とのそのアンバランスがなかなか解消できていないというのが非常に大きな課題として依然として残っているというような状況でございます。そこでちょっと日本航空、私ども日本航空としての取り組みということで申し上げるとですね、ちょっとポチが見にくくて申し訳ないんですけれども、日本航空本体は今ソンシャン羽田、あるいはその台北と桃園とそれから成田、桃園と名古屋と、あと貨物便もですね、桃園中心に8便ぐらい 週8便ぐらい飛んでおりますけれども、なかなか日本航空本体はですねちょっと値段が高いということもあって、若い者がお乗りいただくのにはハードルが高いということで、今日本航空グループのLCC ですね、の会社が2つありますし、あります。で一番左がジェットスタージャパンということで、このジェットスタージャパンはすでに東園関西、東園成田を飛ばしておりますけれども、この12月の18日からですね、カオシュンとそれから成田という初めて台湾南部に誘客をしていこうということで、日本の LCC が飛ぶということになります。それから真ん中はですね、これ LCC ではなくて、ないんですが、沖縄の那覇空港をベースにして飛んでおります日本トランスオーシャン航空というのが東園とですね沖縄間、これを来年の2月の3日から、これジャパントランスオーシャン航空は国内線の会社なんですけれども、初めて国内線の路線を一部休止して、で台北もう国際線に投入していこうというような若干変革を行っています。でこの路線図をご覧いただくと、沖縄を目的にするのもいいんですが、沖縄からトランスオーシャン航空はですね西日本地区にも非常にたくさんの便を出してますので、なかなかそうはいないと思いますが、沖縄経由で、福岡行ったり、あるいはその大阪行ったり岡山行ったりというようなことだとか、あと沖縄周辺のきれいな島ですね、離島に行かれたりというような、そういったようなその新しいネットワークというのを構築していきたいと考えています。それからあと一番右がですね、これ ZIP エアということで、ご覧の通りこれ LCC なんですね。世界初の中長距離 LCC ということで、特に北米線にたくさんの路線を持っています。で東南アジアと成田経由をしてで北米を結ぶということで、主に20代から30代の特に外国の方の若者の方に非常にたくさんお乗りいただいているということでございますが、この10月にですね、これはチャーター便ではございますが台北成田を飛ばしまして、将来的には、近い将来この台北成田というのをぜひ定期便化して、で北米へのネットワークをの一助になればというふうに考えております。いずれにしろその LCC をですね、日本の LCC を台湾に飛ばすということで、日本の若者が本当に台湾に来やすい環境で台湾に来て台湾を好きになっていただいて、その後成長して、ビジネス観光の両面で台湾のリピーターになっていただいて交流人口を増やしていくという、こういったような取り組みをですね進めていきたいというふうに考えています。それからもうこれは路線ではありませんけれども、ケンティンマのまず大学生ですね、日本の大学生を台湾にいざなってくる、あるいは台湾の大学生を日本に研修に行っていただくというこの交換の留学制度みたいなものも、往復の無料航空券とか宿泊代を会社が負担しまして、それぞれの相互訪問をやっていただいているということで、もう30年40年続いてますので、トータル延べ人数でいきますと、大体もう800名ぐらい方々が日体を行き来していて、今例えば政治だとか、あるいはその行政、それから大学先生だとか、その産業界、そういったところの最前線でこの訪問団に参加した学生が活躍していて、日体間の架け橋になっていただいているというような、そんなことも今現時点でも継続をしているということでございます。あと右はですね、台湾南部にやはり人をいざなっていきたいということを考えまして、これは5年前から台湾のピンドンのですねケンティンでマラソンをやってます。そのマラソンでこの大会をしているわけですけれども、今年は4回目になりますけれども、最初は900名でしたけど、ついに3200名を超えまして、あと外国からもですね去年10人しか来なかったんですけど、今年は台湾の国外からも180名のランナーが参加して、うち日本からもですね80名のランナーを参加するということで、こういう形を使ってですね 諸外国から台湾のことを知っていただく、特に台北に観光資源が集中していると思うんですけれども、本当に台北ではない南部に人を誘っていくということに尽力をしていきたいというふうに考えております。でこれ日本航空本体の路線図でございますけれども、ご覧の通りも日本を中心にしておりますけど、台湾もほとんど同じ地理的環境にございまして、東アジアにあるということで、ここはインドあるいは東南アジアから北米乗り継ぐお客様、ここに非常にこの空港のハブ機能としては東京の空港あるいは関西とか空港は使われておりますけれども、桃園空港についても全く同じようなロケーションにありますので、こういった中でしっかりと生き残りを図っていくということをやっていきたいというふうに考えております。で続いて2つ目の課題ですけれども、もう人口減少が著しいというところは、これは非常に頭の痛い話で、これ今や出生率がもうすでに1. 点いくつ、台湾はさらに日本よりは少ないということで、今の出生率はもう30年後の人口をですね確実に表してますんで、もうこれは減るしかないというような状況です。いくら政策を打ってもですね。で日本の人口は2050年についに1億人を割ってしまいますし、労働人口についても20年先に1500万人も減ってしまうと。ということで、右の方をご覧いただくとですね、これ青いのは、人口減少している地域です。でオレンジとか赤が人口が増えている地域なんですけれども、まさに日本でいうと4つの都市圏だけが人口が増えていて、もう東北とか真っ青ですから、本当減る一方ということでございます。でこの課題にちょっと着目した理由はですね、今台湾の、先ほどタイガー航空という話もございましたし、あと台湾だけではなくていわゆる韓国の航空会社あるいは中国の航空会社がですね、日本の各地に小さな空港に乗り入れています。日本航空だとかあるいは全日空とか日本の大手エアラインはですね、なかなか地方には乗り入れてないんですけれども、地方に外国航空会社の方乗り入れてまして、でただそこに人口があるから乗り入れられるわけであって、このまま放置して地方衰退していくと、そもそもその需要がなくなって、いわゆるネットワークが崩壊をしていくということは考えられますから、やはりこの地方の衰退をいかに引き止めていくかということをですね、真剣に考えていかないと、なかなかネットワーク構築という話にはならないというふうに考え紹介させていただいています。でそこで私たちもですね、日本の国内線が壊滅的な状況になる前になんとか手を打とうということで、新しいなんていうんですかね、事業モデルというのを考えました。で平たく言うとですね、私たち航空会社は移動を提供する会社という、最初の位置づけはそうだったわけですけども、そうではなくて移動を通じた価値をですね創造していく会社というものに変革をしていこうということで、各種取り組みをその当時進めざるを得ない環境にも来ているという状況です。でここでリレーテッドポピュレーションっていうのは関係人口っていうふうに日本では呼んでおりまして、これ総務省が定義しているわけですけども、関係人口っていうのはですね、移住して定住しているのは定住人口っていうふうに言いますし、あと観光で一時的に旅行に行くのは単なる交流人口で、この関係人口というのはもうちょっと重たくてですね、地域と多様で継続的な関わりを持つ人々を指す言葉ということで、単に一元さんの観光じゃなくて、何回も同じところに行ってですね、でそこに第二のふるさとみたいな形で関係を構築していく、こんな人口をですね、しっかりと作り込んでいこうというような話を進めています。で移動を通じた価値ですね、What is value through mobility ということが書いてありますけれども、これは何ぞやということなんですけれども、弊社日本航空としてはですね、人とか物とか地域とのその関係とつながりを新たに創造していく、でそのことで社会的経済的価値を高めていくんだということと定義して、 で日本航空という会社のあるべき姿はこんな姿だよねっていうことを、1枚のこの絵に収めましてですね、JAL フューチャーマップという一枚の絵に収めて、今日本社会とあと社員の皆さんに共有して、これに向けたその会社の変革を進めているということでございます。でちょっと細かいんですけれども、今年6月、日本政府はですね、やはり地方創生 2.0 ですね、リージョナルレビタリゼーション 2.0 ということで、関係人口を増やしていくぞということで、ソーシャルイシュー、社会課題とですね、ソーシャルアイソレーション、ソーシャルイシューは社会課題でですね、まず一つ目の課題はですね、やはり地方のごめんなさい、地方の衰退ですね、それからソーシャルアイソレーションということで、ここは社会的孤立の増加、やはりパンデミックでリモートワーク増えたりだとかして、一人で過ごすことが多くて、なかなか外に出ない若者が多くなっていて、社会的孤立なんかが始まっているということで、この社会課題を解決していくんだということを、やっております。でこのためにですね、一番右が、JALS イニシアチブということで日本航空の取り組みですけども、Anyone can be a visitor ということで、誰でもビジターになれる取り組みというのをまず作っていまして、でもう一つ掛け算で、Strengths and tie with the local community ということで、よりローカルコミュニティと強い絆を作っていくんだという、この2つの切り口から施策を進めています。で一番上はフライアゲインというプログラムなんですけども、いわゆるこの、障害を負ったり、あるいはその介護が必要であったりだとかですね、あるいはご病気をされていて、もう旅に行くのを諦めようというふうに思われた方でも、そのフルサポートをして旅にいざなうことができるんだということを知ってもらうというような、そんな取り組みを進めて、今まで行けなかった人が行けるようになると。あと大谷翔平が映ってますけども、これはドリームマイルパスという取り組みなんですけども、いわゆるマイルが余ってる方は案外いらっしゃって、で執行される方も多いんですね。マイルがもう期限が来て執行で、そういう方々から寄付をいただいて、マイルとかそういうお金はないんだけれども、本当に夢を持って何かを成し遂げたいという、こういう若者に対してそのマイルを寄付をする。でその寄付されたマイルでその世界に行って、でその目的を達成して、またその人生をキャリアアップしていくというような、こんな取り組みもですねやっています。あと思いつき旅行というのはですね、これは当日ですね、当日弊社のホームページで席が空いていれば77% ぐらいのこの割引の料金で乗れるということで、やっぱり若者お金持ってませんので、お金がなくても思いついて調べて空いてたら割合安い値段で行けるぞというような、こういう取り組みで普段使わない若者もこういった取り組みで誘っていくという、それで誰でも移動できるというようなね、そういったような取り組みにしてます。あとストレングスがですね、これJAL ふるさと結びってありますけれども、ここはごめんなさい、各地域で人が必要なんだけれども、でも人がいなくてその事業ができない、そういうことをプラットフォームを作って、そこで宣伝をするんですね。でそこで手を挙げた人に対してマイルとかをプレゼントして、例えば2週間なり、あるいは1ヶ月なり行っていただいて、その仕事に従事していただいて、新しいその地域との関係を構築していくという、そういうプラットフォームを作っています。だからいろんな市町村からですね、こんな仕事で2週間ぐらい来てほしいんだけど、どうですかみたいなところがあって、それに対して応募された方が比較的安い値段で行けるような、こういったようなことで地域との結びつきを強くしているということです。はい。そういったような取り組みをしているということを覚えていただければと思います。すみません。はい。じゃあこれちょっと飛ばしますんでね、最後、最後はですね、空港のハンドリング職員が少なくなってきているという話がございました。 で左の図がですね、空港の旅客ハンドリングのスタッフと、それから下側の、ランプですね、空港の地上でのスタッフなんですけども、やはりもうだいぶ減ってきていて、したがって人が増やす仕組みということでいうとですね、一番大きなのはその外国人を活用していくという仕事を、取り組みを進めているということで、新しいその在留資格を作りまして、で今これ古いんですけども、今実はこれ164人って書いてますけど、現時点ではもう1300人を超えていて、28年末には4000人に行く予定をしていますので、やはりもう外国人を活用せざるを得ないという状況と、あとはDX 化を進めて、必要数を減らしてというような、こんな仕事を、こんな進め方を取り組みをしているということでございます。ですみません、最後になりますけれども、日本、台湾ともにですね、同じような環境にある、人口減少、それから地域の衰退ということで、その環境の中でタオエン空港が発展していくためには、やはりインド、アジア、北米のハブ空港になっていくという、そのための環境整備としては、先ほど申し上げた通りに、長期安定的にグランドハンドリング人員を確保していく必要があるということと、それからやはり空港のデジタルトランスフォーメーション、今進めていただいておりますけど、それをさらに進化させていくと。あと交流人口を増やすためには、やはり今ガバメントが台湾ツーリズム2030というそういった取り組みを進めていただいてますけれども、観光資源に対する、あるいは観光産業に対する投資をしっかりをしていただいて、でさらにその、関係人口を構築していくっていうことをですね、していくっていうことが、本当に日本と台湾近いですから、もうほぼその国内線的な感覚で日台のこの交流ができれば、より多くの人がこの交流人口として日台を行き来するんではなかろうかなというふうに考えてますので、私どもですね、ぜひ尽力をして頑張っていきたいというふうに考えています。はい、すみません、長くなりましたけれども、ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda, for your splendid presentation. Please take your seat. Thank you. So once again, thank you to Mr. Fukuda for the inspiring presentation and for sharing Japan Airlines' forward-looking strategies in airport development. 谢谢福田先生所带来的精彩分享，让我们看到了日本航空在促进日台交流与机场经济的策略与经验。再一次感谢。那么从经营的角度出发，如何借由营造航厦的氛围来提升旅客体验呢？是今日论坛的重要议题之一。From an airport management perspective, enhancing passenger experience through terminal ambience is one of the key themes of today's forum. 那么接下来就让我们邀请国际机场协会亚太暨中东区资深经理 Philip Kwok 先生与大家分享从我们的机场走向世界发展航网连结的重要性。Next, please join me in welcoming Mr. Philip Kwok, Senior Manager of Economics at ACI Asia Pacific and Middle East, to share insights on From Our Airports to the World, the importance of developing air connectivity. Please give him a round of applause. 掌声欢迎 Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philip. I'm the Senior Manager of Economics from ACI Asia Pacific and the Middle East. First of all, I would like to thank the host and the organizer, Taoyuan International Airport, for inviting me to share ACI's perspective and work on the topic of connectivity. And it is also my pleasure today to be partnered with Mr. Fukuda from Japan Airlines in this session. My presentation today will be divided into three parts. I'll first share ACI's forecast on passenger traffic growth, particularly in Asia Pacific and in the Middle East. And then I'll go on to talk about ACI's perspective on the topic of connectivity and what it really means to us. And I'll finish my presentation with our advocacies at ICAO. We have heard from the speakers earlier today that we are striving to build a better aviation industry. Some of the speakers talk about providing better customer service, offering better experience to our passengers, and offering better connectivity options to our passengers. But the pretext of it all lies in the anticipation of future growth and development. So this part of my presentation, I'll share ACI's forecast on passenger traffic growth. This is our medium-term forecast up to the year of 2030. As you can see, on a regional basis, we have already recovered last year, and we anticipated that this year, Asia-Pacific passenger traffic will grow by 10% over the level of 2019. And by 2030, the passenger traffic level will grow by 37%, and for the Middle East, it will grow by 48%. So with the high pace of growth, we anticipate which are the fastest growing countries. The table on the left-hand side on the screen shows the top 10 fastest growing countries in the world. As you can see, what I've highlighted in the red boxes, markets from Asia Pacific will dominate the growth. Together with markets in the Middle East, total 9 out of 10 of the markets are located in our region, leading by India, followed by Indonesia and Vietnam. You have seen this slide already from Stefano's presentation this morning. This is our long-term forecast. ACI estimated that passenger traffic will grow by 3.9% for the next 30 years up to the year of 2053, which is faster than the global average of 3.2%. And the Asia-Pacific growth rate is almost the same as Africa and in the Middle East. So these three regions will lead the global passenger traffic growth. And to further elaborate this slide, which you also saw from Stefano's presentation earlier, in terms of the absolute numbers, Asia Pacific will reach 10 billion passengers by the year of 2053. To give you a perspective what 10 billion passenger is, 10 billion passengers is today's total global air passenger. So by the year of 2053, Asia Pacific alone will reach today's global total air passenger. To take a deep dive on the absolute contribution by each country, this chart shows the increases where they are coming from. So, of course, we have the three major markets, China, the US, and India, leading. But upcoming, we also anticipate Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand. We do expect the Southeast Asian countries to grow quite fast because of their fast-growing economy and also the rising middle-class population. This table shows the top 10 countries in the year of 2023, 2043, and 2053. As I mentioned in my previous slide, none of the Southeast Asian countries are among the top 10 at the moment. But we do anticipate that by 2053, we will have Indonesia ranking 4th and Vietnam ranking 10th. So with the large growth of volume, there is a high demand for air travel, which means there is also a high demand for our infrastructure. ACI Asia Pacific and the Middle East conducted a survey with our members on their future development plans. Our surveys receive inputs from 30 airport operators, which include some major airport groups from Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, and South Korea. The sample size account for over 30% of the total passenger traffic in our region and over half of the total cargo traffic in our region. And I want to take this opportunity to share some of the high-level results with you. Most of the airport operators responded that they will invest their resources on expanding and upgrading existing landside and airside facilities, such as terminal buildings, runways, apron areas, parking stands, which is to include passengers and flight handling capacity. In addition to that, many of the airport operators responded they have plans to invest in cargo and logistical facilities, including storage and distribution center. Many of the investments will concentrate on existing large hubs, So ACI anticipate that in the coming decades, we will see the emergence of more mega hubs. And in terms of the Greenfield Airport, which are brand new airport development, there are major projects ongoing in the Philippines, India, Vietnam, Australia, mainland China, and in the Middle East, highlighting the needs for more aviation infrastructure in Asia Pacific and in the Middle East. Now, coming back to the very focus of this session, how best do we utilize our infrastructure and resources to offer the best connectivity to our customers and contribute to the global economy? Perhaps we can all take a few steps back to think about what connectivity really means. Airport development is high on the agenda on many governments around the world, so it's not just in our region. And why is that? In this slide, I want to highlight the socio-economic benefits of good air connectivity. First, GDP growth. Aviation generates about 3.3% of the regional GDP, which is equivalent to $1 trillion. It supports about 56 million employments, and ACI estimated that for every 10% increase in seat capacity, it is associated with 3% increase in GDP. Second, international trade. Air freight grew by 3.9% per year between the year of 2000 and 2019, and Asia Pacific accounted for 39% of the global air freight traffic. And third, foreign direct investment. Good quality of air connectivity can influence companies' decisions in making investment, and it can bring in new capital and stimulate economic activities. And in terms of social benefit, aviation facilitates labor and professionals to move between countries and regions to help them find the place where their skills are best suited. Aviation also facilitates knowledge exchange and skill transfer. In addition to that, aviation facilitates cultural exchange and religious exchange. It promotes greater dependence between nations and countries. At ACI, we have developed our own connectivity index. We started working with our consultant, PricewaterhouseCoopers, in the year of 2023. Together, we believe that besides measuring the conventional indicators that focus on frequency of flights, seat capacity, and the number of destinations, a good connectivity index should also offer a consumer-centric approach, which also should measure the ability of how passengers can get access to global air transport network through quality connections. And I emphasize the word quality, which I'll come back to it later. Additionally, we also measure the economic contribution of connectivity at the given market or at a given airport. In our formula of the new connectivity index, we also include the economic importance of a destination alongside other parameters. So this is a comparison of our methodology with other ACI office and also with IATA and with World Bank. So our metrics include the obvious parameters, including seat capacity, frequency of flights, passenger traffic volume. And I mentioned already the economic importance of any given market. On top of that, the quality part of our formula includes the options presented for consumers. So that could be the options for legacy carrier or low-cost carrier, the options of different aircraft types, the options of different alliance memberships, and the number of stopovers and the duration of stopovers. So choices could influence how passengers make their decision when they travel. And we believe that with more choices, with more options for consumers, it could significantly benefit consumers. And these are the top 20 airports. This is based on our results in 2024. We have Dubai leading from the Middle East and Shanghai Pudong leading from Asia Pacific. Taipei Taoyuan International Airport ranked 16th with an improvement from 19th in 2023. So with the importance and benefits of connectivity, there are a number of barriers to restoring and developing air connectivity. First, regulations, limitation in traffic rights and protectionist policies could really limit the growth and hinder the development of new routes. And second, infrastructure, congestion and capacity issues means there's a need for airport expansion and modernization to accommodate future growth. And on top of that, we have to invest in technologies to improve the efficiencies and operating efficiency as well. We have heard from the examples from Thailand this morning. And in terms of capacity of airlines, ground handling agents, and also human resource constraints, these factors can also limit the growth and the restoration of connectivity, as highlighted by Mr. Fukuda earlier in his presentation about the case in Japan. And fourth, macroeconomics. We are increasingly facing more geopolitical uncertainty, such as those in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe, coupled with high inflation, high interest rates, and sluggish economic growth. This can lead to lower demand for air travel. And fifth, with the high cost of oil means higher cost for airlines to operate. And that put pressure on airlines to increase the airfares. With the increase of airfares, that means there's a lower demand for air travel. With all the difficulties and challenges, what can we do about it? Coming to the last part of my presentation, I want to share our advocacies at ICAO. In particular, we have been active on the topic of connectivity at the Directors General of Civil Aviation for the past couple of years. The pictures you see on the screen are some of our engagements at ICAO level. Last year, we presented a working paper on the importance of developing air connectivity. We invited the state and civil aviation authorities to undertake applicable measures to restore and develop air connectivity, such as the introduction of incentive programs and work with tourism organizations and other major stakeholders. We asked the states and civil aviation authorities to acknowledge the deficits of workforce at the aviation ecosystem and to work with states and other industry stakeholders to address it. We encourage the states to consider further liberalization of market access policies in terms of traffic rights and facilitating the development of new routes, higher frequency, and increase the seat capacities. And this year, we collaborated with IATA to call for actions to protect the interests of consumers, including non-discriminatory application of taxation, transparent consultation when determining fees, and encourage states to simplify visa requirements by embracing digital technologies to facilitate the seamless flow of travelers. I think the issue of visa requirement was already highlighted by earlier presentation. So this is one of the major items that ACI also calling for at ICAO. The collaboration with IATA lead me to the conclusion of my presentation. At ACI, we would like to signify our collaborative approach. We often use the word ecosystem to describe the industry. We believe that we are all stakeholders within the industry, be it airport, airlines, ground handling agents, or lounge operators. And we should work together in harmony and inclusive manner to provide a safe, secure, and efficient mobility solutions for everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok, for the insightful presentation on the importance of air connectivity in driving airport and regional development. Please take a seat. Thank you. Your remarks have reminded us that airports are not only gateways to cities, but they are also key connectors that link people, economies, and cultures around the world. 非常感谢 Philip 先生的精辟分享。它让我们更深入地了解航网连结对机场与区域发展的重要性。而从航网策略到旅客体验的延伸，我们也看到呢，他的分享也再一次提醒我们，机场不仅是城市的门户，更是连接世界的重要节点。再次感谢。 今天的主题讨论，航网连结与全球经济，正是希望透过这样的对话，让各位看到航网拓展背后的思维与努力。Today's theme, route connectivity and global economy, encourage us to think beyond infrastructure toward collaboration, innovation, and shared growth. 那么接下来将进行我们的综合座谈。So now we will begin our panel discussion. 接下来就让我们邀请以下贵宾上台，掌声欢迎本场次的主持人桃园国际机场公司助理副总经理毕金玲女士上台，与两位讲者进行综合座谈。Please welcome Ms. Jenny B, Assistant Vice President of Taoyuan International Airport Corporation, to moderate the panel discussion. Welcome. And also welcome Mr. Kazuma Fukuda and Mr. Philip Kwong to the stage. Welcome both of our speakers to the stage. 那么接下来就将时间交给我们台上的主持人，有请。
喂，好，我先用中文讲，然后再用英文讲了。那最后一场了，所以时间有限。那也欢迎大家今天来哦。好 ，Thank you for two gentlemen. When we're doing the aviation industry, first thing we are going to do is the traffic forecast. I think from the morning till the afternoon, all the presentation will show you the traffic forecast, especially the passenger traffic forecast. But what is the key factor for the passenger traffic forecast? Is population. And Mr. Fukuda mentioned about right now, all the aviation industry, we are facing the very, very cruel issue. That is the population decline, right? But today's presentation from Mr. Fukuda make me eyesight bright because JAL, he raised a very important thing is the JAL future map. I think that idea is very inspired all audience here. Different perspective maybe from the airline, from the duty-free shop or commercial, even the airport authority or CAA or tourist bureau. We have to think about that, how we facing the population decline and what we can learn from the JAL, what they did. So I would like, could Mr. Fukuda can share more about the JAL future map, how to value the through mobility.
ご質問ありがとうございます。今回マップの中のすべてのご紹介はできなかったんですけれども、やはり私たち公共交通機関としてで特にその地域で加速が行われると何が起こるかというと二次交通の問題が出てきて、基本的に例えばバスあるいは電車がなくなったり、あるいはその宅配便が届かなかったりというような、そういうことでもう本当に生活ができないような状況になりますので、そこを今いわゆる自動運転のドローンを使ったり、あるいはもうその自動運転のいわゆるバスみたいなものを使ったりということで、そこはMARS ということでエアラインが運航するのはドローンなんですけれども、その地上輸送機関については自動運転のMARSというその取り組みの中でなんとかそこで生活が維持できるようなそんな環境整備をしていくということが大切だというふうに考えています。
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda. And for Mr. Kwok, for the airport, we are thinking about the connectivity, just like a mathematics. We're counting the flight frequency, the seat capacity. But today you're raising the one issue is the passengers center. So could you share more about this to us?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your question. When we started considering what it really means to us by connectivity, it was during the pandemic. We noticed that a lot of the existing connectivity index would include the obvious metrics as you mentioned, frequency of flights, number of seats, number of destinations, etc. But from a consumer perspective or from an economy perspective, how we utilize the connectivity and how do we make it worthwhile is a different angle to look at what connectivity is. So we include the metrics I mentioned earlier in my presentation, like the economic importance, which is GDP, is one factor that we include in our formula. And also the quality part of connectivity I mentioned in my presentation involve particularly the number of choices each consumer can enjoy to travel from point A to point B. So I give you an example. If you were to travel from Taipei to an imaginary destination which involves a stopover somewhere, you have an option of waiting 2 hours, and then you have an option of waiting maybe 8 hours or 10 hours. You could have 2, 3 airlines to choose from, or you could only have one, and you have to wake up at 4 a.m. to take the flight. The quality aspects of that destination and the connection would almost determine whether or not you want to fly there. So for us to realize the meaningfulness of that connectivity, the options presented to consumers would decide how important and how meaningful it could be translated into the value that an airport or as a consumer can enjoy.
So these two gentlemen they mentioned about very important thing is the passenger's value. So when they feel that is value for them, then they will take this trip or to your airport or to use your airline. How? We want to take this opportunity to ask our audience, is there any question want to raise to these two gentlemen? 有没有任何的问题想要请两位来再多一点解说的？很好，没有，太好了。So there's no question. I believe that is about time for the ending of this panel. I want to borrow Mr. Fukuda's one word from your slide. That is the JAL's future map. You are saying the connection is the wing to the future. I think this is a very beautiful sentence, but that is very meaningful for us. According to ACI saying, we have to take the passenger into our heart, thinking about their perspective, what they want, then we can have a better aviation industry, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
非常感谢3位讲者精彩而又深刻的分享，请3位贵宾暂时回座，谢谢。Thank you to our 3 distinguished speakers for their insightful, inspiring discussion. Please return to your seat. Thank you. 再次感谢3位的精辟见解与真诚的交流，让我们从不同的专业视角看见机场发展的更多可能，也更具体地想象旅客体验如何被实现。Once again, we sincerely thank 3 speakers for their insightful perspectives and candid exchange. Your perspectives have truly broadened our understanding of how airports can evolve and enhance passenger experience from multiple dimensions. 今天的论坛一路走来，从上午的主题演讲到下午的2场座谈，我们听见来自各国机场与国际组织的宝贵经验，也感受到疫情后全球航空产业正迎来新的契机与挑战。桃园国际机场公司希望透过这样的交流，让每一次的相遇都成为共同成长的契机。不论是在航厦设计、永续发展，或是航网连结，都能激发出更多的创意与合作的火花。Throughout today's forum, from the keynote sessions this morning to the panel discussions this afternoon, we have heard valuable insights from airports, airline partners, and international organizations around the world. 感谢所有讲者与贵宾整日的参与与支持，也谢谢在场每一位贵宾的热情陪伴。最后，让我们以热烈的掌声来恭请桃园国际机场公司副总经理于崇立先生致闭幕词。Now please join me in welcoming Mr. 崇立于 Vice President of Taoyuan International Airport Corporation, to deliver the closing remarks. Welcome.
I'd like to thanks all the speakers, Ms. Pawina and Mr. Mayor, Jonathan, Zhang Lian, and Philip, and Fukuka-san. Thank you very much, and thank you to the all audience. 感谢在场所有的贵宾今天的参与，然后一直做到现在哈，非常的了不起。那我们一直说桃园机场是一个大联盟，那透过今天的定期每年度的这样子的论坛，才发现原来我们这个联盟之外有更多的朋友，有更多的机场可以参考。那我们跟泰国机场面临同样的拥挤的问题，同样的要改建的问题，然后日本也跟我们面临到同样人力缺乏的问题，所以桃园机场并不孤单啊，我们会在不断的更多的问题里面中持续的成长。那也谢谢我们 ACI、IATA 还有我们 PPL 非常多的伙伴给我们的这个支持哦。那相信透过这样一整天的论坛，大家都很有收获，也很有感受。所以最后我要再次谢谢所有人今天的参与，那也谢谢我们今天辛苦的团队，我们的机场公司的企发处的同仁啊，包括轮会处长，然后还有我们的同仁，今天所有的安排都是我们企发处的同仁跟我们的厂商这边把它建立起来的，所以谢谢大家。好。最后祝福大家身体健康，然后一句，我们这个论坛会继续办下去，所以大家我们明年见，谢谢。
非常感谢于副总经理带来的闭幕致辞，也再次感谢所有讲者与贵宾整日的热情参与及支持。Thank you, Vice President Yu, for the inspiring closing remarks. Once again, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to all our speakers and guests for your active participation and support throughout the day. 各位贵宾，2025桃园机场论坛在此圆满结束。提醒各位，请您在离席前将翻译耳机留在桌上。离场时也请记得您的随身物品，并可凭识别证至接待处领取大会纪念品。Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2025 Taoyuan Airport Forum. Before you leave, please kindly leave the translation headset on the table, and also be sure to take all your personal belongings with you. You're also welcome to present your badge at the reception desk to receive the forum souvenir. 感谢各位今日莅临，祝您旅途平安顺利。